6.
I hear somebody.
Yeah, I locked the door. I guess that didn't work. They found a key.
Guess you gotta get creative with you. Hey, Brad. Mike. Hey, Chief. Howdy. Yeah. Someone got my email.
Oh yeah.
The email to the council asking for $200 gift cards. Well, you know, it is Christmas. I'm just saying.
Right. That's for time.
That happened a few years ago when Heather was mayor. I got a text, email from her, and I give you a call, send you a text, and said, "You serious about this? What's
Yeah,
going
you texted
on?"
me. I didn't know, and you don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
until somebody
no.
texted
See, I didn't know until you sent that to me.
How you doing, sir? Good. You? Doing well, thank you.
We have, right? I mean, we don't have, we have plenty, but
They're replacing me.
we shipped 5 last week, we shipped 5 next week. Every week we ship 5.
Maybe that's a whole
We still go to Harry Brothers,
take out
yeah, we have appointments.
It's better than you right now. For a couple of months,
It
huh?
looks like a
Much
shorter than
Oh, good.
they put in a piece of wood. And basically, you've got
No 12 o'clock at night yet.
Well,
tonight?
No.
Well, really, I have to be in my swim when I eat at 9 or it's
We'll make that happen.
Yeah. It basically fits in a plate that has 2 indentations. They basically take the kneecap
What is it?
and move it to the side when they're doing the procedure, and then they bring it back on. You know? So the kneecap is still yours, original. And, you know, the ligaments they try to utilize it.
We actually don't know what's there.
Yeah, we're repeating ours from the sheet making, so that
Yeah.
I guess it's a problem. If that's the
no, we grind sausage.
Most
we
people do
chops,
great,
bacon,
you know, I mean,
short
Anna's-
ribs
I
like
mean,
country salads,
Her
and
first
then the
name
rest
was
is
like
ground to sausage or
You don't
it's
do any
trimmed
ham?
and
About
sent
8 years
to
ago now.
salami.
I guess.
We might do
right?
some hams
Second
next
was
year.
probably
We didn't have any ready to
Couple years
butcher in
after
time to
that,
have hams
because
ready for
the
the
first one
holidays this
didn't
year,
take.
but next year we might.
she's done
We're
pretty
gonna talk
well
to our salami
with mobility and everything. You know, but she's still got you know, but that varies from person to person, you know.
Yeah, and the farmer's still.
But she is not one to
You
say,
know, by the time we
I
have truck
can't do
changes,
this.
cold storage, distributors,
Yeah, I
everybody
mean,
else.
I've cut her doing things that, you know,
Smithfield actually.
I can't do with too good
Contract with 26,
you know, so.
26 of their contract growers out in the Midwest,
Most
and their contract growers are like more.
Yeah, so,
Oh, yeah.
it's,
They're consolidated and stuff.
And for the most part,
They're still really trying to recover.
Yeah.
So they did.
So
bad.
Yeah.
There wasn't
Yeah.
anywhere for them to go. And the hogs that were raised, it's really sad. I think they were chicken. The food was there, the distribution wasn't there, the product didn't have the capacity, and then people had empty shelves. Crazy.
Another 5 minutes, folks, we don't mind. I know we have another council coming. Appreciate the patience.
Jacob, this packet, is this the packet that was from before, so year-to-date 2023 is end of October? Is that the updated numbers for December?
The one I think that you have is from the end of November.
Puppy. Much. How did
They're
it?
the one we're waiting for.
Yeah. 58 for us.
Shaved today?
6 or 8.
Yeah.
They smoked them.
Yeah.
No, bad weekend, honestly. Oh, actually, wait, no, Craig. He's not here yet.
No.
Well, at least it's something later than me.
Yeah.
That's
It's only a few.
That's what will happen, huh? And nobody's gonna say anything.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Yeah. Bless you.
I will, Susan, you're all set. There you go. Perfect. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the December 12th Town Council Budget Workshop agenda. Let's start out the meeting. If I could ask everybody to please stand and recite the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Let's have a brief moment of silence, please. All right, thank you very much. So, let's go ahead and get started. I know we're all very anxious to get into this. So what I'd like to do, start out, because we have a worksheet developed by the town manager. Thank you very much, Jacob. That's an excellent tool. I think we were remiss in not having this all these years. So we have an opportunity, as we had spoken last meeting, about possibly in a future budget setting up a target. What do we want to do for this year? Do we want to hold the line? Do we want to keep it under a certain amount? Do we want to decrease? So I want to kind of throw it out there for a quick and brief discussion. If that's something that we'd like to do, is do we have a target that we'd like to shoot for tonight? I'm open to any suggestions, or we can just go through and get it balanced and see how it ends up at the end. Any suggestions?
Is there any way to put it up on the screen for those that might not have a computer?
Yeah, my laptop died, so
Yeah.
that'd be good.
Thank you.
So getting that set up, any input, council?
I'd like it to be as close to even as possible.
Okay.
With no increase year over year. That'd be my, personally, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I guess a conversation started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the fact that, it isn't right or wrong, however, we haven't had the opportunity to set a goal before. Because it was a target that we really didn't know until we got all done at the end, and then we came up with the numbers. So now we have an opportunity, we can do real time as we go along, so I think that's a very viable option. I think it's worth looking into.
Well, I can tell you based on some information that Jacob provided us last week, looking at 21, 22, and 23, trying to pull some run rates and percentages. The one thing that is abundantly clear is we have lacked consistency for the last 3 years. That is abundantly clear, and that we cannot truly look at historicals and gauge where we're going to end up this month. There are some discrepancies that are going to cause some difficulties, and I don't think we can accurately judge. We can judge what impact our budget tonight is, but we don't know what December is going to land us. And I think that we have to be expecting that we're going to come in probably a little above where we planned. And, I agree with Eric. We need to be fairly flat. And this is an opportunity for us to kind of reset zero and be able to budget from there with accurate and clear revenue and expense statements and things that we can actually see and judge. So I definitely am leaning that direction.
I kind of think, I understand not wanting to have an increase. I mean, all of our taxes go up every time the rate goes up, so it impacts all of us. I think it's kind of arbitrary to say no increase at all, or to just set a number and shoot for that goal, because you're not taking into account the projects and the things that we've said are important that we want to get done. Like, I have a hard time saying that we're going to keep it the same and then say we're going to pave the roads and put $500,000 into the budget for that. Everyone said that they agreed that that was a priority. It's the one thing that we hear consistently from everybody that walks in the door. And it's hard for me to imagine a budget that stays the same when you have a $500,000 increase to address those needs and those wants of the community. That being said, I don't want to see like a $4 million increase or something like that, outrageous. I don't think it's realistic to say that we're going to spend the same as we have in past years. We're adding positions. We have increased other line items and projects based on items that the council has said is important, and there's still some things that we haven't addressed that are important. So I don't see it as, I think it's pie in the sky, I guess, to say 1% or 1/10 of a mil or some arbitrary number just to say that we have a goal.
I think it's hard to, predict, yet at the same time, I think that, I'll speak, as a retired citizen here in town, living on a pretty fixed budget, every time you increase the taxes, and it basically comes down to, I agree that, you need to determine priorities and what do you want from the town to deliver, and what's important. However, it's been documented that we're well within the top 25% of taxable, tax rates in the state, and for a place of 4,000 in mid-Maine to have that kind of a tax rate, in the long run is not sustainable from the perspective of people moving in, wanting to move in. Availability of housing is very poor. And I think to have the people continue to say we want all these things, yet we don't want the taxes to be raised at all, is crazy. The people that work here, Donna in the library, the folks, upstairs, the police. We deal with the union contract for the police. The people in the office are doing yeoman work, often shorthanded, and they deserve a raise. And 3% isn't asking a lot. Okay. Yet at the same time, I think that we need to be circumspect around what we receive from the state, as well as how accurately and definitively things are maintained and watched during the year. Okay, I think that as a council, historically from my previous term and this past year being on the council again, I think that we've certainly been lacking certain information that we probably should have had, at various times during the year. We can have any excuses for the audit not being done, but I don't think there's any excuse for not having at least quarterly reports on expense and revenue. It's inappropriate for a council to go through, 3/4 of a year to be able to get information from the first quarter or second quarter. Be that as it may, we have a new regime in place, and hopefully the information we receive is going to be more up to date and accurate. I agree with Eric. I think we'd like to be as flat as possible. But, from a perspective of a citizen as well as a counselor, I find it a hard time going to the citizens that come to me and say, well, you want good roads? It costs, You want, a transfer station that takes care of things? It costs. You want a police force to take care of you? It costs. I would find it, from a council perspective, very difficult to, even this year, approve a budget that's more than $1 million more than what we got now. It's very hard to go to the people and say, particularly, now, and we've discussed this, as possibilities in the future, not knowing what is going to come in, not knowing what the county's going to come in. Those are two huge factors. When you look at the county having been 19% increase over year last year, I think it's we have to be really tight in what we do. If we can't do something, we can't do something. If we can't afford it, fine. If there are priorities, we need to define definitively what those priorities are.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of echo exactly what you're saying, and it may sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth, but I'm not. The flat budget this year doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't targeted increases in some very specific areas that we need to do. It needs to be balanced by the ability to pull from, let's say, the general fund, right? Let's use that for targeted purposes and finding ways to spend that money that makes sense, not to just put money aside. We have $300,000-ish plus dollars of paving being done in 2024. Now, granted, that's carryover from 2023. We all know that, but it's still being done. It is still showing progress. So, if we're going to pull, I don't believe that pulling $500,000 out of our general fund is the right thing to do, looking at the totals we were supplied last week. I think that's going to be a big ask. But if the budget year over year without those additionals is $90,000 increase, I believe is what we looked at last week. total, straight budget for budget on expenditures. That's not a hard pill to swallow. That's a pretty easy ask to pull that from the general fund. You know, if there are some things that are specific needs, such as a truck for the police department, when the current chief's vehicle is, you know, riding on 3 wheels and maybe 2 pretty soon. And, you know, he's using personal vehicles to transport beyond hazardous materials. You know, that's a need. Having a town mechanic for the public works department saving us, you know, multiple thousands of dollars every month, maybe a big need, and still not a huge ask of $35,000, I think is what we capped it at last week.
45, 30.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at less than $175,000 out of a potential general fund versus the $500,000, and we're still delivering a flat budget. And we have hit some of the items that we've talked about being important. And we've also hit the raised portion of this, which is important. You know, people lost 8% of their money this year. To get 3% back is a very minimal thing that we can do, but necessary, right? So I guess it may sound like I'm talking on both sides of my mouth, but I think that we can deliver this tonight in a pretty concise way, and still deliver balance and allow for those intangibles that we have right now, like the county, the school, and again, December expenses, which could be anywhere in a $400,000 delta. I don't know.
Okay. So let's look at it this way. There are a number of things on here where we've gone through, and they're very quick and easy. We can go through line, section by section. I think we need to have at least a verbal agreement that what we end up with tonight we can represent and sell next week on the 19th, the public budget session. So I'm open to how you want to approach this. You want to go through each one, start at the top, town council, administrator, town clerk, go through each one and get a quick vote, and then go back and look at the items that will need further discussion. That way I think we can make our time a bit more efficient, and any time that we do need, we'll be talking about issues and items that tend to be item issues of the year. Do you want to start with the first one? Look at the numbers real quick. Any questions, and we can address it and just kind of give a verbal approval of one. All right, very well. So let's start with we'll start right at number 1. I think we go through these, most of them at least, fairly quickly. The council, that would be Department Division 01-05. Okay, you got it on screen. Thank you, Jacob. That's pretty self-explanatory. Still numbers I don't think we should be spending, but anyway, that's another discussion another time. Any items or questions or comments on this, council? Are we all good with this?
Yep.
Good?
Was there anything you wanted to take out of that budget?
That's what I'm asking for. No, me, no. I just, the whole member dues, I think, is excessive for council, but that's another topic.
Well, that's the main municipal association for us to,
What's that?
it's the main municipal association membership.
No, I understand that. No, I understand that. It's just a comment that I threw in there I probably shouldn't have.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
And it's the same kind of comment where why Pittsfield spends so much money for the county, what does the county do for us? You know, but it's not necessary to have that discussion here. Just my opinion when I throw in there, which I shouldn't have. We're all set? Okay. Council is good. Let's move on to administration. Next section, please. Department Division 01-10. Were there any questions on this, council? I know we went through this a number of weeks ago. Certainly hasn't been a hot topic. Good, council? Division, 01-15. Are there any questions on that? These, I know you had taken out, you paid 3% across the board. Is that reflected in these separate departments now, or did you break that out as in one?
3% is included in the regular wages.
Okay.
line.
It's the insurance that,
But you took out the insurance and
like,
Right.
insurance.
Yep. Any issues with this, council? Very well. Let's move on to finance, please. Town clerk is completed. Department Division 01-20.
And this is where you're adding one person, correct?
Correct.
And that person will serve as
Finance director.
finance director.
There was some discussion before about pay wage for that, and I think that there was some investigation that was going to be done as far as like appropriate wages for that. I think Jason, you had said that there was some concern about being able to hire at that rate.
Yeah, but I deferred to Jacob and
My-
whatever his expertise,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
if he was comfortable with it, then I was comfortable with it, but
My intent for that position is to hire internally, and I think that the wage would be appropriate for
that's
that.
Okay. Anything else, council? We good? All right, very well. Let's move on to assessing, please. Next one in line, that would be Department Division 01-20. Now that's a contract for RJD.
Right.
Now that's started and that will get done in 25,
This will be year 2,
26.
25.
25.
It was a 3, we ended up at a 3, 23, 24, 25, right?
So it's going to get done in 25, we'll have the results for 26. Okay. All right, so we're all set with that, council?
So that cost is above and beyond the assessing percent.
This is everything included.
That's a separate budget item.
Everything included.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that contract we had earlier this year, we voted on.
How come it doesn't reflect the change on the right-hand side on that? It doesn't carry over that there's it's saying it's the same as the 2023 budget. I thought there was an increase. Didn't we approve it this year to have the assessment done, the reassessment done?
Well, it was a one, I think it was a single amount in the contract that was on based on a per year.
Your normal contract with them is somewhere around 30,000.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah.
includes the contract amount, which was included in last year's budget.
It was an accelerated payment, I believe, correct? 40-something thousand per year.
Yeah.
And then with a balloon payment when the total reval is committed.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40,000 for 4 year.
We approved it in the 22 budget process, 24 to 23. But we didn't choose the provider until 23. But we also contracted them. Yeah.
Right.
That's what I was trying to. I remember this council reviewed it,
Yep.
and I was thinking, how did we review it and do it and then not have it impact this year? So
Yeah.
That's what I was kind
Yeah.
of wondering, because year to year it's the same amount. you
Yeah,
know?
that's what I was like, where's the increase?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
We paid the first payment in 23. Yep.
Okay.
That's the overall town appraisal. That's included in that. We all set with that, council?
Yep.
Yep.
Very good, thank you. Let's move on to legal. 01-30.
Are we thinking there's room in this budget to reduce it based on not using 2020?
Yeah.
Or is there more coming in 2023?
Well, we did. If you look at it, we're down to 19 from budgeted 21. So we did drop 2,000.
So there's,
Contract contractual issues, or, I mean, certainly it's more like an insurance policy than it is,
Right.
and, you know,
So your date is
Anticipate
not on
the
same
charter
page.
stuff.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
the charter review could be something. There is an ongoing personnel matter in the police department that could potentially carry over into the new year.
Again, really.
I'm trying. Some of this stuff out of my hands.
And code enforcement for
yeah,
houses and,
yeah.
Code enforcement is a separate line, I would say that. They have
oh, they have their own
That's
legal.
up on
Oh, that's right, too.
All
Alright, so it is.
Yeah, we gave them their own budget. So we're spending 11,000 this year, so you think we still need to have the 19?
Well, given what we had just listed, the several items that we just listed, I mean, I would certainly rather have it in there than not, because we can't do anything without having the legal input.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, if we didn't have these things coming up, I would be willing to do that. I think it would make sense.
I would just,
These are things that we know that are above and beyond what we would normally anticipate per year.
right, I'm just thinking, because this year the spend included the hiring process, the contract, multiple contract reviews, and there was a lot of extra in this year, and that's kind of already reflected in a higher number, and whether or not we needed to increase again beyond that, which was spent this year. I was just looking for some place that we could cut if we needed to.
Right. Nope, I agree. We all set with that, council?
Yep.
Very well. Let's move on to elections, please. That's a given every year, and especially this year with the general election coming up. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the general insurgency, election. We all set with that, council?
Yeah.
Very well. Let's move on to the municipal building. That would be Division 01-40. As we go through, if there's anything that you recall as a highlight or above and beyond what we have here, just please sing it out. Any questions on this, council? Good. All right, let's move on. Community and economic development, please. That would be 01-45. Now this you see on 01-05, I assume that would be Catherine's
correct.
wages as the grant administrator for the year 2024. So that's a significant increase there, plus the ripple effect for all the other costs.
One thing that Jake and I had looked at in emails was the town hall streams and whether we want to continue using that. Zoom seems like a much better platform with clearer audio than what we get through this. I don't know. I mean, at the time we put that in, it was pretty high tech before Zoom came along. I think we did it in, 2016?
It was
Something
back
like
at
that.
Woods. Yeah.
Yeah, 15 or 16,
2017. So, do we really need that anymore when we have Zoom where people can participate live instead of just watching?
Well, one comment I want to make on that, we had asked Catherine a few times, and Chimbro had offered about getting better sound here, microphones at the desk, and the microphone for the audience. I would certainly make that much, much easier. I think having that as a record of a fact or a record of the proceedings, I certainly, it doesn't matter to me either way. I'd rather get rid of Zoom and keep that. That was just my opinion.
What does the town hall streams cost us?
$3,000.
I mean, for $3,000, we could wire up this whole room probably and put another camera in. Can you do a split camera with Zoom to have
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
And
It
that's
would
in
just be
which
like
one?
another participant,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we could do, I think we could do a lot better than Town Hall Streams.
There are,
Having participated and tried to watch meetings after the fact on Town Hall Streams, the audio is terrible, and if there's more than one person talking, you can't hear anything. It's just awful.
there are alternatives outside of Zoom. I mean, you can live stream on YouTube for free. I mean, I think that there is some stuff that we could do internally that would improve our streaming for sure.
Do we have a contract with the town hall streams, or can we just cancel it anytime?
I believe we can cancel it at any time. We canceled in Bucksport last year, so I think that
Save $3,000.
Did Bucksport have the Zoom capabilities? Did they do that?
they did. They were able to live stream through their new website, and so rather than hosting it through Town Hall Streams, they host it through their website, basically.
That sounds like certainly an area we can look into.
I say we cut it out.
Maybe to
Well, I think we need to keep it in there, but repurpose it for getting audio straightened out
Throw a
and
camera up
maybe
and a microphone.
get some cameras and microphones. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I mean, ideally,
What
you
that
should.
would look like,
You
though.
all should have microphones. The configuration of the council chambers is a little wonky.
It's
Just
terrible.
the way that your desks are set up.
It's
But ideally, you should all have microphones at your desks. And
So I know Catherine had spent some time doing that probably a year ago. I don't know how much traction she had. She had talked to, she said she spoke with a particular person on the department at Chimbro with their expertise in that. So it might be worth asking her for some input on that. Maybe we can pick up the ball and run with it.
I think they had some staff changes that, like,
Yeah,
there was like a person that she was talking with, and then
Yeah.
somebody else hired, and
Yeah.
they were busy doing all the technical
I think,
stuff.
yeah, well, regardless of the reason, I guess the point is that I think there's been some legwork done on this. I think it's well worth following through because the audio, as you said, unless you're sitting in the audience, it's horrible.
I can put you in contact with somebody.
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be good.
The only advantage of town hall stream is that it's current record, you know,
And we can
get through Zoom too.
Well, it's part of the record. It's not an absolute necessity, though. It's not
No.
necessary. It's very convenient. As Jacob said, Bucksport got rid of it last year. I think if we kept the money there, we could certainly cover costs that we would need if we wanted to, quote unquote, repurpose it. If we had something from Chimbro saying that, yeah, this is what it's going to be, here's what it's going to take, and maybe what we have in there will cover it. I don't know. But I guess until then, and if we cut it out completely, then if we do have something, we're not going to have anything to be able to work with. And we're back to trying to get something going for Zoom. Even then, it's Zoom is a second party application. The idea of live streaming on our own website, I think it's more viable. That way, you have a bit more control.
Well, I mean, even with town hall streams, we're kind of at the mercy of them.
Yes, yeah.
It's all web-based, so we're at the mercy of technology one way or another.
Right,
So.
but I like the idea of what's going on. I like
I
the
don't think
idea of having our own website control because we've had that for a while. We haven't really even touched the potential of it, and I hadn't really considered that. To me, that makes much more sense.
Yeah. I don't know that our current website would support that. I don't think it will. We have like the basic version of that. So, I mean, Peak was willing to do like an assessment of that and find another contractor and interview and do all that kind of legwork and stuff. But it's up to the council to, if they want to tackle that or they want to have Peak do the interview and the contract and stuff and then bring it to the council. That's something that we can do for that.
Well, I'm thinking suggestion I like to offer, keep that in there, and if as 2024 unfolds, if we have a better offer or something that we can look into, then we can possibly repurpose the funds. Go ahead, Craig.
I'm just gonna, I guess, change the subject for just a moment. Is there anywhere in here provision for remote working for the grant administrator? I know that had been a discussion, and part of the contract was that that position could be at any time made remote.
That wasn't in the contract.
Most definitely was. Was that? has that been-
It was, I think, a discussion item at a time. I don't believe it was a contractual
pretty sure that was, I'll have to go back and look. But I know we talked about this a few weeks ago. Has there been any thought put into that at all, or?
No.
All right. I just know the hiring of a new position, the full-time status of a rec director, all of them vying for short office space. If we need to look at putting a provision in there to potentially offer the opportunity for remote.
We have a full-time rec director in the budget.
Well, I don't know full-time, but he's working more hours than what he should be. He definitely needs a space to organize his.
Well, I don't believe the space in this town office has been used as efficiently as it could. Let's put it that way. And plus, if you look at setting someone up to work remote and be efficient and fulfill their duties as the position dictates, I think it's going to cost more money doing that than to have the infrastructure here. As I said, we have rooms in this building that haven't been used properly. Well, I won't say that. Haven't been used efficiently for some time. So I think if we defer to the town manager and allow him to do what he needs to do to work the space as needed.
Well, just wanted to make sure he understood that was an option as well, right? Sometimes that can be a benefit to have somebody to be able to work from home. The efficiencies are there.
Yeah, you got to remember, this building was designed, we've had probably twice as many people in this building working at one time than we do now. And it worked fine. So the potential's there. It just needs to be dug out. Anything else on this, Council?
Do we want to leave that 3,000 there for town hall screens? I mean,
I think if we left it in there, it gives us an option to
just
pursue
think of it as
other
technology
avenues, yeah.
for
Yeah.
streaming versus.
I mean, if it doesn't become or stay town hall streams, we can certainly put in a resolution to move the funds to something that we find that are more efficient, more useful.
Well, I think it'd be a contract either way, so it's still be able to stay in contract services. It'd just be about better approving a different contract.
Right. But you did verify that we can cancel at any time. This is not a, okay.
Quite sure.
So we have that as an option. I think it's a very viable option to keep the money where it is. Anything else on that, Council? We good? Move on to benefits, please.
01-55. Jacob, can you give a quick overall what we're looking at on this? Because I know with FICA, those are the expenses from the other departments brought into this one?
Right.
Okay.
Same thing with your health and your unemployment, your workers' comp, all combined.
Do we have our new rates yet? Have they released them?
We have the health insurance rates,
The health insurance, but not the.
not unemployment, not workers' comp.
How much is health insurance going up?
Hmm?
How much is health insurance going up?
It was in your, I think it was 4.25, if I remember right. But that's reflected here in this budget.
And that was the rate that they gave you for next year?
For health insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
For individual.
Right.
And that is certainly something we've talked about to look at in the future to try to improve what we have for options for our town employees.
The other thing in that was insurances, was the new vehicles that are coming online and whether that was going to increase the policy.
And that's why I had increased that to 90,000.
That includes the new vehicles.
Yeah, our liability, or our insurance runs July to June. So when I asked, they weren't able to get an updated figure. That's the increase there to 90,000.
It's probably minimal amount, but how much insurance is costing on the theater at this point, the theater building?
I don't have the number on that in front of me, dog. I'm not sure.
It also goes uninsured halfway through the year, right?
That's
Right.
into June.
End of June.
Maybe $8,000. The number that eight thousand something is a number I remember for the insurance on that building. Yeah.
$8,400.
What is it?
$8,400.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right, council, anything else on this section? Good to move on? All right, let's move on to code enforcement, please. 0160.
This is one area to consider. You've gone a year without being able to hire somebody to this full-time position. And I guess the question is, do we want to keep budgeting it as full-time, or just throwing that out there?
Well, the option would be, I mean, for a number of years, we've split one person amongst several other towns. We haven't been able to get a full-time effect of having code enforcement, and we have seen the effects over the years of having a lot of properties that need a lot of attention. We're looking at potential more legal action, court time possibly. No one wants that, but I think it's going to be a necessary evil. I think if we take this out, then we'll have to approach the year of 2024 knowing that we're not going to have a full-time, that we're going to have to keep accepting these properties and trying to get the worst of all of them instead of getting all of them, or as close to all as necessary. So where are we in that process? Have we got any traction at all?
I had interviewed 2 qualified candidates, which neither of those worked out, and since have not received any more applications.
Do we have somebody part-time still
Yeah,
going into next year?
yes.
Okay.
He's not retiring.
He'll stay on. He won't do any more than 5 hours a week. But he's said many times that he's not going to leave us in the dark. So
Yeah.
And do we still have a alternate code officer, right, for plumbing, and they can do building permits?
yes, I believe it's
Is it Jason somebody? No,
Travis Cooley.
yes, Travis.
Trav. So is it possible to have him actually come in
It's
another day, 5 hours, to kind of work towards having more full coverage, but not,
You use this
more
as part
part-time?
of cover the wages?
Yeah.
I could have a conversation with him about it, see what his interest is.
I
Certainly.
mean, that would be one way to, keep it funded at a full-time, because we want to still hire someone full-time, but at the same time, put more hours in that maybe Al can do the heavy lifting stuff, and then Travis can come in and do the quick, easy building permits, little inspections, the Monday stuff, and that way Al can
Yeah.
concentrate on the enforcement part of
I think that's an idea, because there are going to be properties that are going to be issues and problems that are going to need horsepower that Al can provide.
Yeah.
I guess to boil it down, we got to get creative in how we do this.
But we're going to have the funding there,
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
we should be using it in a smart way.
I'd rather leave the funds in there the way they are in case some,
Well, we know we can probably list 4 or 5 properties right now.
yeah. I mean,
That-
there's
that
work
need to have
if
adjustments.
we happen to find a full-time code enforcement officer,
And I believe if we had a full-time all these years, we probably wouldn't have these issues.
Well, I mean.
No
even-
comment on anybody or anything at all. It's just a
Yeah.
matter of fact.
And I think too, I mean, there's some big projects that are coming. There's solar project, solar farm stuff that's still floating around. There's a possibility of having a lot of things happening on Main Street with the Main Street project moving forward and having movement on buildings and things like that. And plus there's just general staying on top of going back and following up on all those little letters that get sent. I mean, I worked with Catherine and did a whole spreadsheet of all the visits and the letters and things. And so that's stuff that's stuff like that just needs to be followed up on. Doing the visits, doing the drive-bys and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think if we kept this in here, it doesn't mean, I don't believe it means the council washes their hands of it. We probably have discussions with the town manager, and probably not to the level of searching for a new chief or a new town manager, but I certainly think we have ways that we can approach this and kind of put the impetus with this where it needs, because it's been several years we haven't been successful, so we probably really need to currently be creative on how we approach this. As you had mentioned, Heather, about possibly having a part-time, do more part-time, and then as a follow-up, maybe work a committee, or I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, get more help from the council or outside sources to find that person. Find that full-time person. I'm actually kind of surprised that we haven't been able to find the person for that. So anything further on this council? Numbers looking good? You ready to move on?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's move on to the police department, please.
Yep.
Division 05-10. Chief, can you give us highlights of what we're looking at here?
Sure.
I mean, just can you
Sure. Everybody was fine until they come to me, right?
No.
So basically a bunch of highlights. I was able to reduce several areas in our budget, even with the increase of pay for the COB, the contract, and the reimbursement from the schools for the SRO position. I'm looking at a decrease of about 7.15% overall. So I think that's pretty good.
Then that accounts for all contractual issues, union obligations, everything's all.
So you didn't make any additional changes since the last time we reviewed this?
No. It just sounds fancier when I say it like that.
I know. You had me going there, and I'm like, well, what else did we do?
Well, I just lined it up and kind of made it a little more clear instead of you just looking at the numbers. I had my interns, which cost me nothing, do math for me, so they go put it up.
Which costs nothing, he put in very quickly.
They're getting education.
Any discussion on this council? Ready to move? Yep. All right, let's move on. Thank you, Chief. Let's move on to the fire department, please. Public Safety Fire Department, Division 05-15. No significant changes.
When does the second payroll close?
It's in right now.
It's in now.
It just comes.
And is that just historical that it's twice a year? And the firemen are okay with that?
Get it just for the 4th of July and just for Christmas.
Chief, what's your travel anticipation? You have 05-20 travel, you have 2,000
I
budget
turn
last
that in
year,
once
none
a
to
year. I'll
date.
turn it in next week and it'll be,
I'm sorry?
I say I only turn that in once a week, once a year. I'll turn it in next week and that'll lead all of that cost. If I understand, we're now going to pay the federal rates for travel, not the 50 cents that we've been paying. Or
The
is that-
council hasn't discussed
Okay.
that. It's something I'd like to address, but council hasn't talked about it yet.
Is that to be talked about now, or should we move on with this if there are no other questions the way it's laid out here? I mean, what are we expecting for, you said you're gonna have the next meeting, what are we expecting? What are you talking about?
What, I mean, what's the impact? I mean, if we're talking a few $100s, it's not even worth.
It's another 15 cents a mile.
But how many trucks?
65 cents a mile versus 50 cents a mile.
So that, but for travel to what? Trainings?
It's, reimbursing staff for mileage.
But it's not to the fire station.
No.
It would just be for
For meetings
training.
and training.
So, question, I know in the big picture, this isn't anything, it just kinda stuck out. We said 2023 budget at $2,000, said you can have that documented next week, so that 2150, that's in anticipation of the, additional, miles reimbursement for.
The answer-
No.
No, traditionally, that 2,000 hasn't covered it.
Okay.
So the travel reimbursement, increasing that to the federal rate of 65 cents a mile, that's something that will impact all the budgets that have travel in them?
It's 62 and a half, isn't it?
It's
65.
65.5. It was, we've been paying 50 cents. It was 57 until the end of last year, middle of last year, and then it went to 65.5.
Okay, so what we're looking at for the fire department, you're satisfied with this? We'll have the numbers on that next week, is that okay? What we're looking at now, council, any questions on this? Further discussion on the fire department, 5-15? Very well, let's move on. Street lights. 5-20. The electricity is just the rates increasing, nothing to do with the lights. Okay, of course, that's something to do with lights, I mean.
Electric rates are going up 13%.
So that's 78,273, that's an anticipated rate increase, Jacob?
Yeah, it's just an estimate, yeah.
Okay. And we're all seeing that, I guess, at homes. Any, excuse me, any discussion on that, council?
Didn't CMP just come up with a 30% decrease in rates?
I'm sorry?
Didn't CMP just come up with a 30% decrease in rates?
Yes, I think so.
Is that?
Is that commercial?
I think that's residential.
or-
I think that was a residential deal. I don't know that that necessarily applied across the board. Because that had something to do with the Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I didn't really. I mean, if you project out this year's, we're going to be over by $8,000. So we increased it $9,000 in anticipation of residential class. Trying not to go over it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the money's going to be paid somewhere. It's just.
Yeah.
Who's going to pay it?
Yeah, right.
Any further discussion, council? Ready to move on? All right, very good. Let's move on to animal control, please. 5-25. Any discussion, council?
Got a comment.
Yeah.
Roughly, we're looking, we're gonna cut down, not quite a mill, right? This proposed budget.
Well, that's what we're looking at. We're at,
If we're gonna break even. We're almost a third of the way through, we haven't cut nothing yet. So we're gonna keep on going and end up right where we started at the beginning.
well, that's why I'm going through on each department, Brian.
I know that, but
Yeah.
we still got only 2/3 to go.
Well, okay, let's go back and say the desired ideal would be to desired would be to hold the line.
Right.
However, as was mentioned by several other councilors, that there are certain things that need to be taken care of. So whether we sacrifice other departments to allow for what we need to invest in, let's say equipment, trucks, anything like that. I mean, that's what we're trying to shoot for.
Yeah, I know that.
Whether that's the solid number, you know, come hell or high water, we're going to hold the line at zero, regardless of what gets cut. I mean, I think that's what we had anticipated, that we want to hold the line, but I don't know if that's going to be reasonable. But I think by going through this way, Brent, we have a way now that we have an active and proper Excel spreadsheet. We can tweak and make changes and see how it affects everything.
I'm just making a point.
No, I know.
Everybody understand where we're going.
I'm with Jacob, he's already cutting back the heat saving for next year. I appreciate it. No, I'm on board.
You folks were gonna approve everything quickly.
This proposed increase has all of the debt service and CIP changes in it as well, right? I think that's, at least for me, that's where a lot of my discussion is going to come in. Is the additional pieces. I think Jacob's put together a really good balanced budget here and increases that we can see and get behind. I think that's where you'll see probably the argument start.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
And
I'll make a point.
No, I understand your point, Brent, absolutely. No one's not taking that into account. But I think with having this spreadsheet, we can make decisions on the fly much, much better probably than we've ever had in this council. So we all set with the animal control? All right, let's move on to the highway, please. So that's 10:05.
Do we have any follow-up items from last meeting?
I'm sorry?
So did we have any follow-up items from last
For Public Works,
from the
The only thing I did was I added the 26,000 into the part-time line on the spreadsheet
for the mechanic?
for the part-time mechanic.
Question I have is we're increasing the regular, but the overtime didn't change? Okay.
Yeah, that was a discussion that we had at that, when we reviewed this initially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Because run rate projected out for the regular is going to be at 246. So that 263 is with a 3% increase. Okay.
but because Donnie, you're calculating for six, you got 6 employees, plus this mechanic, plus a little bit of your salary, right? I still have a little hard time with budgeting to be fully staffed, but also budgeting for all the overtime. Maybe I'm in the minority there, but like this year, I think I said it before, we're way over on overtime, but we're over on overtime because we weren't fully staffed. So if you are fully staffed,
You're still going to have the storm, so you're still going to have people on the storm getting the overtime. And it's a tough.
oh, I understand that. Yeah, I mean,
We
but
don't really know.
yeah, but I mean to increase the overtime by 100%, you're doubling the overtime. It's a large amount, in my opinion.
Donnie, how much of the overtime would you estimate was due to storm coverage?
Probably, I would say, realistically, probably 80% or something.
80%.
Yeah, and then you've got some projects, like we said, we've been doing a lot more road work.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Opening up culverts, we're not leaving them half the road for a day until we come back the next day. And if you got 4 guys and we're gonna stay there an extra couple hours because we've got light to get it done, it's more beneficial to do the road and get it done one day rather than having a multiple day project. But
Right.
again, that's one of those things that I monitor. I'm supposed to. If we need it, then we need it. But one of the things now is, I think it was from a couple of meetings ago. One of my employees came up to me and said, "Well, it's one of the councilors said, well, it's actually we're padding because we're not making enough money. We're padding our income by inappropriate use of overtime. I wish you would have reacted different." I'm like, "Well, how do you react? I've done what the best I can." I said, that to me is just like, this tax money, this budget's mine. I own it. So if I can save not doing the overtime, you betcha it's not going to happen. We're not going to create, I don't create overtime. But again, it's tough to gauge with some of these storms. And you can't, if you get a storm on the start of the work week, Sunday, Monday, and into Tuesday, they got 40 hours. I'm not sending them home because if you get a storm on Thursday or Friday, you've got nobody to actually do anything in the road. So
No, I might be in the, I mean,
there are some
we don't have to
situations
beat
where
a
we
dead
can.
horse if I'm the only one that is
No,
having a
you're going to see better. Like I said, I police that. I hear that. It's probably one of the biggest things I hear all the time from guys. Well, no, it's justifiable overtime. If it's not, you're not going to get it just because you need overtime for your job. It's not going to happen.
I think so. I was going to say, I think some of the conversation Jay and I had on this previously, what was on overtime in general, right? Is sometimes some people reward employees with overtime, right? Like not making them cut it, and it's almost like, you can keep that a little bit, and that's really to the detriment of the business of the town, right? So we're just making sure that if you've got a solid plan for it, which you do, in management, but we have to question it, right?
Well, and one of those things too is, again, I feel that's your job, and as a town manager, is holding the department and myself accountable. One of the things that I've said year over year over year is it's tough when you've got certain departments that you're in charge of, and you police that, and then under the old administration, it was that you can't spend no money from October on because everybody else was spending money, and I had to take a withdrawal at the end of the year for shortcomings because people couldn't stop spending. I understand emergencies, and it's the same way with overtime. I look at it as an emergency. So
Can I ask one more? Did you have something else, Jay? Sorry,
I did, but
go ahead. I'll wait. No.
I know in the past few years we've been buying a lot of salt and sand, and I realize that's kind of based on the fact that we ran out a few years back. We don't want to run into that situation again. I mean, how are we looking with salt and sand, and how much is budgeted in this budget?
I took some cuts out of that salt and sand. I actually cut some money if you look at last year's budget because we are a little bit ahead. But salt now, again, we were getting from KB Con for $58. We're paying $84 right now.
Okay.
So I didn't.
Have we looked into other alternatives other than?
Yeah, and some of them are 110, 120.
Okay.
So
Yep.
yeah, we
So
looked at
that's fine.
alternatives. One of them was a local business actually, it's just down the road.
Is that comes out of general supplies, I imagine?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we had to cut some out, I mean a little bit, obviously it's 30% more than what we thought it was going to be this year for salt.
Yeah.
So, the first storm we didn't use as much salt to see how effective that would be. Some of the roads didn't clear up the way we wanted to. You notice the difference in the second storm. Yeah. So that's where we're at. So again, monitor. We're hoping to have a good year. So.
Good, Craig.
Oh, that's good. Thanks.
We're in good shape.
Thanks, Tom.
With the increased purchase of trucks, I don't believe that any of them are going to be used for this purpose, but have any of them been, will any of them reduce the need for employees to use their personal vehicle? And if not, has that been added into this budget so that everybody's being taken care of correctly? Come. putting you on the spot a little bit, I know. But
You're setting that pitfall trap for me, aren't you?
I am a little bit.
We have a pickup that's on its way out. We got a 550 and a ton truck. The other guys obviously get back and forth from job sites are good. The only thing that right now that I'm using my own personal pickup for is the nights and I'm out checking roads.
Okay.
So basically I've pretty much eliminated that, or unless Jake is called and I helped him clean up the office the other day because the other two trucks were occupied because the guys were busy, so I use my pickup just to take some papers down to the transfer.
And this isn't meant to put you on the spot, it's meant to accurately reflect our budget and what needs to be taken care of, right?
Yeah.
Because if we're asking more of employees than we should be, then that's not the way that we want to conduct ourselves as a town, I don't believe. So
No, correct.
we want to make sure that if we need to increase that, that needs to be looked at tonight, right? And has there been any increase in there? And if not, should we look at potentially putting a little bit into that for this budget?
There hasn't, but I believe you've been reimbursed.
Yes. I've put in a couple of mileage slips the last 5 months per your request.
Thanks, sir.
So we should probably increase the budget then, because it's budgeted at the same 500, at least the version that I'm looking at, it's budgeted at the same 500 as last year, and there's already almost $700 in travel reimbursement. So we might want to bump that up.
I'm gonna throw a pitch out there. I know that when it gets time for the police to do cruises, and one of the things that might behoove us, I don't know what we've done, we've talked about, we've done it in the past, is maybe keep one of those around just for that general purpose to run errands with or something, rather than, I mean, it's cheap transportation to do, especially in-town errands or check roads with or do that sort of thing with. I know in the past we used to keep at least one of them for the code enforcement, general utility people to use. So we needed to run a bang with one, but that's just a thought process.
Yeah, I can't imagine outside the police chief, public works director is probably the most called upon individual to travel around the town. I mean, I would think that we need to somehow put a plan together, whether it's through reimbursement or a plan
Either way,
for
it's fine.
vehicles, right? Something we need to do to kind of put that to play. But certainly, I know the mileage that you've driven in the past. $500 is not going to carry that. At 60, I think this year's 65.5 cents, I believe. 66.5 cents. I'm not sure if it went up. This year's 65.5. So that chews up $500 pretty quick. What do you think would be an accurate reflection? I know what you've done in the past, but we've been able to mitigate some of that. So 2,500 miles a year, is that that's a third of what you've done in the past.
Yeah, 2,000 maybe, 2,000.
2,000 to 2,500. So
$1,500.
there you go. I mean, we're not talking significant amount of money, but it's
Yep.
something that at least we're right sizing what, like we say, we're going to do.
Do we have a cruiser that will be retired here for the next year?
If we make it through tonight, yeah. That's the plan.
No, that's what,
We have a 2-year cycle here. It'd be a sedan.
It'd be the sedan.
So if we have that, as Donnie mentioned, we could use that as an option instead of raising that for the reimbursement.
Yeah, but just knowledge you're going to have fuel in that unit. So kind of like we're talking about the $3,000.
Ahead here.
I would
You gotta
definitely pay
insure
the
it.
mileage.
You gotta insure it,
And I
hold
think we
it.
should pay the,
Pay
I think
mileage.
we should pay the
Put
mileage
the 1,500 in mileage and move on. Yeah.
because
Yeah,
that's fine.
or even $2,000 maybe to be on the safe side and cover it.
I
As long as
remember.
he's satisfied with.
Well, you need
That's fine.
he needs
Like I said,
500's in there already.
Some
So
of
we
the
need to
stuff I
increase
know-
it to 1,500 is what I'm saying.
Some of the stuff I do, like when Mike goes to, I try to keep it as efficient as possible. Like if Mike's got a service for a truck up in Bangor and for the transfer station, we grab stuff in Jared. I think we've called Bernard, anybody who's going, so we make it an efficient trip, so we're not doubling up on mileage. So we try to keep it as efficient as possible.
I
I feel more comfortable with just bumping up the travel line. I think it'd be less expensive in the long run. We can recover some value from selling the extra vehicle. And I have concerns about just having an extra vehicle that anybody can come and grab if they need to run an errand. I don't think that our insurance company would like that very much, to have general employees just hopping in a vehicle to drive off with it.
I say make that line item $2,000. That'd be the $1,500 increase that we're talking about.
Is that what I'm doing?
So, council, we have a proposal under Division 10-05, Public Works Highway, for a line item 0520 travel increase from the 500 proposed for 2024 to 1,500. Is that what you said? 2,000?
1,500 more than what it was at before.
That's a proposal. What say the council?
Yeah.
Doc? Yea or nay?
Yeah.
Brent?
Yay.
Craig?
Yay.
I vote nay. Jason?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
All right, very well. 6-1, it passes. We shall put that line item to $2,000 on 0520 travel under Division 1005 for Public Works Highway.
Jacob, you mentioned that the 20 or the 35,000 in wages was already in this budget at the 263,836.
It's in the
What is that?
it's in the part-time line. 29,600.
29,600.
Yeah.
So that's just the wages, and the 35,000 would be including all the. Okay, I was thinking the wages was 35.
No.
Okay.
No.
I just want to throw this out there too, because I'd offer that same thing with the overtime. I've got 3 of my 4 guys that we currently got employed that said that if we wanted to lower that overtime line, they would be willing to do that compensatory time for up to 40 to 80 hours maximized. Be able to do that during the year too, so.
I don't even want to touch that.
No, that's fine.
That's
That was
okay.
thrown out
I
there
don't
to
wanna go
help.
backwards
That was
on
them
things.
saying stuff that, and it is, I know that, I think the state guys get allowed 80 hours to do that.
I had a question, Donnie, at the last meeting you had mentioned that you don't have a computer at the garage to do your paperwork for the public works.
That's correct.
Are we getting you a computer?
Do you have access to a computer to do that?
I will at some point have one at the garage, because I have a laptop for the transfer station cycling center, but it doesn't do me no good down there, so I have to go to my office.
You don't have-
Over in Detroit, internet,
Yeah.
so I take it.
Where do you do that now?
I do that over in Detroit. That's where I'm working at, after I get out of home.
So you don't have access to a town computer to do that?
Here's the computer, not the internet.
The water department.
I have a laptop, yes, I just don't have the internet.
What about the water department?
Okay, so if you could answer my question, Donnie,
Yes.
do you not have access to a town computer to do that?
The laptop is the town's computer.
Okay, so you have a laptop town computer, but you happen to do it at home.
There's no internet.
I don't do it at home.
I'm talking to him.
I don't do it at home. I actually take it to my office in Detroit, over at the fire department. I live
Okay.
over there.
Still get like a hotspot or something like that.
Okay.
But the
So
if we can get this
what
one up here.
So what you're looking at is a hotspot at the town garage or something.
I believe
A
that's-
Wi-Fi.
I believe that's got cat cable in it. I believe that's already set up. We just need a desktop up there.
Does the water department over there have a computer?
Yes.
They're at the garage next door. He's got a
But
computer.
that runs their tank. Well, there's stuff on there. I wouldn't want to touch that thing. That runs the whole.
Donnie,
And I think it's a different.
You can't hardwire your laptop doesn't have a cat like an Ethernet port on the side of it.
Not mine. No, not this one. This
Not
one.
the
This
mouse?
one's just like a wireless. It's almost like instead of a fancy tablet, it's got the laptop.
So what do you need to operate a computer at the town garage?
I'm gonna,
Cable there.
we go down to state surplus. Police chief has been so gracious to be looking for a computer for me, a cheap one, so we can get it hooked up, not only for my use, but also for Jerry, the foreman up there, so we do have the ability to be able to do that, because people have been sending, and I've talked to a few people about this public works, or whatever it is, the email, people are sending it to that. They need to actually send it to the transfer station at Pittsfield, not one email, if they want to get who they're at. Wherever them emails are going, nobody knows.
We have.
Who set it up, what set it up. So, once we get a laptop, we'll get a desktop up there, a cheap one. Like I said, the police chief's been checking out state surplus. We're gonna set that email up so it's, everything goes there.
Tony, we have extra computers upstairs that
Yeah, and we've
you and I can work
Okay.
something out.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be something high tech, just something so when people email, it's coming there, it's coming to the right spot.
Is that the computers that were cycled out because of the Trio upgrade? We had to get new computers.
One of them was a computer that was here, and there's another one that was ordered for me that I'm not using.
Okay.
So there's two basically brand new ones upstairs that are not being used.
Okay, so let's get you set up, and then Gary is doing most of the maintenance now, so the maintenance records can start getting kept in there.
So we're not talking about a budgetary issue now, it's just a
No,
matter of
no,
getting that stuff, okay, all
I just
right.
wanted to make sure that
Yep.
if he didn't have one, we were getting one, and whether or
No.
not.
Right, understood, but it's been determined it's not a budgetary issue. Anything else on this Public Works Highway Council? We're good to go, let's move on. Buildings and grounds, please. Division 1010. Good to go?
Good to go.
Move on.
All right, let's move on then to the cemetery, please. Budgetarily only.
Did we make any
This-
progress on the contracting? We said it's gonna be about the same. And this doesn't have much of a budget impact because it's pulled from the trust.
Correct.
Pull from the trust, but does the expense fall under the expenses and the revenue from the trust come on the revenue line?
Yes.
That's okay.
And there's, it's one of those transfers that we do at the next meeting from the
Sure will.
trust to the general.
Any further discussion? Ready to move on? All right, let's move on. Transfer station, please. Section 1505. Any discussion?
I just want to point out with that, Mr. Mayor, that you see that budget, that's not a true budget, because we do get revenue in from the charging out tipping and tonnages, and also for the that we charge for, so that's not an actual real number. I don't know what we retrieved back in revenue last year. But one of the areas that we can expand the thought process is I will be coming, hopefully, in the first or the second meeting in January. I think we need to do some changes to our fee systems. This is one way to make people responsible. They want a service, but they don't want to pay for that service. But some people want everybody to pay for their fair share. And I think that's long overdue. I mean, I don't think when somebody tears a house down, you should be able to bring it down to the transfer station.
Donnie, I'm gonna cut you short here. Is this specific to what we're talking about on the line item here in the budget? Because we have the revenue section that we're gonna be going over, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we will reflect revenue coming in. I mean, having the rates reconsidered, I think is an excellent idea, because one thing you mentioned last meeting, it's kind of hit me like a ton of bricks that you're posting the roads, they're talking about Johnson Flat, gets done what goes over a logging truck, posting the roads, so you're coming up with some good ideas, so that'll certainly be a good discussion item.
And the OT reflected here, year-to-date, is much higher than initially budgeted for. So is that due to poor staffing or lack of staffing?
I think that probably some of my overtime, rather than being charged to Public Works, was charged to the transfer station. If I was on a hunch, I would think that's where it's at. In the past, we haven't really had enough overtime budgeted there, because we have, one of the issues we have is we have 4 employees that man the facility plus a truck driver. So a lot of our holidays are on Mondays, and we can't give certain guys off during the week, give the days off, so we have to have some to play staff. So, yeah, that's true. That's a true number.
Okay.
But we should be there for overtime.
Good.
So you have 2024 budgeted 4,500, that's reasonable, and you expect over.
That will be very reasonable. Instead of what's happened in the past is I haven't had enough overtime to be able to. So what it boils down to, if we have a holiday in the week, I'm the one that ends up working overtime because the other 2 guys want to take off a day in lieu of the time during the week. They don't want to do it because it wasn't overtime, so they wanted to. So now I think some of those employees will actually work those days. So I can.
So do those employees get pre-approved before they take that time off?
It's in lieu of the holiday. So on Monday, yes, most everybody has to get pre-approved. But if a holiday falls on a Monday, we're already closed. So the problem is the staffing. I've got 2 there on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday. I can't give them a day off either one of those days because there'll only be one of us there. So Thursday and Friday, I give the other 2 employees a day off. So,
well, if you give the employee a day off and it costs overtime to do that, you should probably reconsider how you.
It's not overtime, it's actually straight time, that's why they don't do it. Because the holiday falls during the week, they don't get paid time and a half, they get paid straight time. So that's why they decide they want to take the day off.
Understood, just consideration, that's all.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you.
Is there a, and this is budget related, it's going to go a little bit of a go path, but is there any scheduling changes or anything that you could see that would help make it a better service for the citizen than what there is now in any way? Like, is there any efficiencies there we're not capturing today that we should be capturing? I get, and this is not my voice, right? I'm representing the town. I get a lot of chin music about the transfer station, and it's because it has a lot of visibility. People are there all the time. And there's nothing smarter than a Monday morning quarterback, right?
Right.
So I feel like I have to say something because whatever. I think that's kind of our job here. There's a lot of talk about it, and people don't necessarily think that it's the most efficient thing in the world. And there's reasons why you do things, and I understand that. But is there anything that we could do a little differently to make it a little more, just to tweak it a little bit to get another 5% out of it? You know what I mean? Or are we there? Like, are we just as we're wide open, and this is what it's going to be?
Well, if you do more recycling, it costs more man hours and more time. So how is that an efficiency?
No, I'm not looking for an argument. I'm
No,
looking more
saying
for like, is there a
scheduling
or is the manpower right? I mean, is it just?
Our manpower is never going to be right because we haven't, by good faith, we can't. And that's what people don't understand is when we are on a licensed landfill and DEP comes up there, and the next time they come up, I'm going to have Jacob and maybe one of you guys come up so you can see what we're talking about. The facility wasn't engineered to be cost effective. Because you have to man every area, the disposal area that's there while we're open. So if we've got 3 of us that are working and 3 of us are working 4.5 hours baling a container of cardboard, we're not monitoring the building when people are throwing trash. We can't be down to the metal can. We can't be at them because of the footprint. It's so big, and then you got the wood pile way down, and then you've got the inert pile. So, to be honest with you, it makes me nervous because we talk about our landfill and our transfer station having a limited amount of time. Every time they come up, they say, well, you're allowing you to operate here. You're not paying attention. I don't feel like you're manned enough, or maybe you're not doing that stuff. It was never built to be efficient. It really wasn't. It's just like if you take a drive over to Newport, you go into that triangle when you come into Newport. There was no engineering that was put in there for the road or the way it was set up, but they built all these things around it and wanted it to work. That's the problem with our facility. It's tough to be efficient with the distance between the stuff that we're doing and trying to get it all done. I think efficiency comes through funding. You can do that through revenue. I don't think it should affect the budget process. I think we should be able to use some of the reasons to why we're operating the way we are. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's not. When you've got Mike Bolster and you've got trash companies bringing trash whenever they feel like it. One day they're bringing it at 8 o'clock, so you can't plan the work day. The next day he brings it at 3:30 because you're open to 6. And then he brings material from somewhere else to do recycling, and you know what I mean? That's labor intensive. So, yes, there's a bunch of efficiency that could be made, but I think it needs to be made through regulation on our part. We have to do something about it. And if that means shortening hours, I've talked to Jacob, shortening the hours. We're open 4 days, 4 10-hour days. Again, service versus what you're paying. Well, you know what? Everybody wants everything. I'm sure you hear it, I hear it. If we have a holiday and the place is closed, they want to hang me in the town square because they can't get rid of that bag of trash, or they can't get rid of that gallon of paint, or they can't do this. So, again, I think there's room for improvement. Yes, I think we become more efficient, but I think we also need to become more revenue-based to do that.
I mean, if you modify can we modify the hours that you're open and save 10% of the budget? Yeah, I don't know if that's feasible or possible or what. I know people complain whenever you're closed, but at the same time, from say December to March, you're open until 6. It's dark at 4:30. I don't know that many people that are going down there at 5:30 at night on a Wednesday. Maybe you are. I realize that, but
you'll be surprised.
But if I'm just trying to think of
I think
some hours of operation, and then does revising that, because right now, you're down a man down there, right?
And
you've had a hard time filling that position,
yeah.
But we budgeted that position.
And
so if we revise the hours of operation, and we can run on 4 folks versus 5, well, that should lower some of our budget, plus maybe be more efficient and not really impact like those folks. Obviously it's not going to impact their full-time employees, but
you business space, like Bolsters or whatever. When they bring the stuff from Jackman and bringing cardboard from Jackman and they're bringing it down here, and it doesn't cost him anything, well, he's either making money or something. But there's opportunity there. Again,
yeah, but is it outweighing? The
expense of being open.
Yeah, the expense of being open and operating all these random hours just so Bolster can bring down trash on a
how many
Wednesday,
hours? My position is one of the attendants. I'm the guy that's monitors our license. How many hours do you think I spend a day in that office down there with the two keys out, watching and monitoring the compactors?
0, 2, 1.
I might spend, if I'm lucky, an hour, because there's so many other things going on. That office down there, you know what it's for? It's for people when it's freezing cold to be able to get warm for 5 minutes. That's basically what it's for, because there's so much going on. There's so many people asking questions. You got people throwing this in the recycling. So there's a lot of inefficiencies. There's no doubt about it.
Well, then it kind of goes back to Brent's point of a monitoring system. Put a screen, have 5 cameras. You set that up for a pretty inexpensive.
I've said that before. You want to replace me? Just get a.
No,
I'm just saying for.
Donnie, this isn't a personal attack.
I know it's not.
We have a
saying
huge
is you could
budget.
replace me.
Everybody wants everything. We have to scrutinize certain positions and budgets. And
I know.
transfer and recycling is going to be one of them.
And it
And
is.
it's not an attack on you or anybody
And I'm
else.
not saying it's an attack. I'm just saying you could take a. You could
But,
actually take a.
so,
monkey and put
to
a-
answer your question, do I want to replace you? No.
No, you couldn't.
But where do we buy one of these monkeys with the crank in the back?
Well, and that's where I understand is that I get that a lot. I get that a lot. That it's, well, all you do is sit in that office all day and have to turn a key. Well, you know what? Give a monkey a crate of bananas. They can do that. You're right. But nothing else is going to get done. Nothing else is going to get put where it belongs. It creates a mess. And we pay for it right now because of the labor that we do. And I've said that since day one. And I'm not watching up there and we're down there bailing that stuff, and I come in and there's glass and there's trash and down in the metal can, and then you got the same thing in the OVW can. Now I got guys climbing in and pulling stuff out. It's labor intensive. Again, efficiency, time that you're open, the appropriate number of people to monitor it, and get some of that from revenue or user fees for the people that are using our system or abusing our system and taking our attention away from what we're really supposed to be doing.
So there are two things you've addressed that can help
Yes.
your status right now. Looking at what you have for personnel, if not just limiting access until someone gets the eyeballs on, like you keep the wood yard locked up.
Yeah.
And re-looking at the rates, which I think is a very valid idea.
And I think that helps with, I think that helps with a
So that should be something every department does anyway, but it sounds like you have significant potential.
Oh, there's a lot of potential there.
So with what we're looking at, the budget now, you would still need to and want to do that. I mean, this
Right.
budget isn't based on, well, I have to get efficiencies to hold this budget.
Correct.
Okay. You had a question,
I have a
Heather?
couple questions. A comment and then some questions. Out of all the towns I've ever lived in, this transfer station is open more hours and more days than any other town I've ever lived in 3 different states. So that's a service, and people are kind of spoiled with it, really. You know, it's a good service, and it's a lot of available time for that. So that's one comment. Question, wood chips is $12,000 in the budget under contract services. Are we paying someone to come and haul away wood? Are we chipping it and then they're hauling it away? Or
Yes, we pay to ship it. They bring in the big machine.
do we pay someone to come and chip the wood pile?
That's what the cost is to run a big chip. It's like $38 a ton to ship it.
Okay.
It doesn't cost us anything to get rid of it.
Question for you. Can they chip it into a bin instead of just... Can they chip it into a bin, and then what happens to the chips afterwards, I guess? Do that they haul it away?
They haul away. They haul all but a very little bit away because people use it for beneficial use.
Okay. That was my next kind of...
Yeah, they truck it away. It doesn't cost us nothing for the trucking or them to take it. They don't charge us a disposal fee. It's just to chip the tonnage of.
Okay. And is there any value in having someone come and do that would take it away and pay us to do it? If they're
If you
taking
can-
it away,
If
they're
you can
doing-
find somebody that chips 500-600 tons of wood and will chip it and take it away and pay us for it, oh boy, yes, I'm very interested.
And do we have, I'm just thinking there's like commercial composting, like there's Garbage to Gardens down in
Yeah.
Portland, there's Living Acres over in Madison, I think.
if they have a lot of organic matter that they're composting, and then, you need the brown carbon to kind of balance that to actually get your compost to do what you need it to do. Or even getting grass clippings in and then having a compost pile, and then the town sells finished compost. There's some different ways that we can kind of look at that. There's also, and we talked about this before, there's also compost programs out there to help municipalities start biocomposting for food waste. And that will lower our tonnage and our hauling. And this is something we had talked about before as a way to address the tonnage that we're actually hauling out on a yearly basis.
Can we make that a discussion item at another meeting?
I'd
if
love to
it's
have
not
a
affecting
discussion item and kind of wrap it into
the budget? How is it a budget item? We're talking about the budget impact. We're talking about budget. We understand there are a number of things that Donnie has already acknowledged that he can improve. And that is certainly a discussion item to help improve, specifically the revenue. I don't think it's worthwhile taking that time to talk about that right now because it's something that's going to happen next year at the earliest. I'd like to get through this budget session if we could.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Council? Ready to move on? All right, let's move on to cycling, please. Any discussion on this? The contracts and rentals, 2505 from 1,000 to 12,000.
Real quick explanation is for some reason, it's been coming propane for the forklifts and baling wires, my two biggest expenses for recycling center, were somehow being paid out of the transfer station. So my guess is that they were taken out of recycling and put in the transfer station to lower the cost of the total recycling budget, to try to make that run on zero between what we gained in revenue through user fees and stuff, to be able to say that we had a net zero budget there.
So this cost of 12,000 for 2024 is actual budgeted for the baling
wire and
for the propane for the
which
forklifts and equipment.
I did find out was coming out of my transfer station for the last.
So that is supposed to be in the recycling budget.
It's supposed to be in that budget.
So is it taken out of the transfer station budget?
It was, yeah, it has been. So one of the reasons I think that was happening too, and I will be revisiting this too. We have 7 communities that use our facility, and they all pay a user fee based on our cost and what they bring in for the total tonnage in our formula. So I think that I believe them user fees have been about the same for the last 4 years, 5 years, and don't reflect actual cost increases to bail and wire and stuff. So I think probably you'll see those, then will be reassessed. Those user fees will go up to those communities because they are part of it. Again, I want to reflect real operating costs and real numbers.
So the 2024 budget, the baling wire and the propane was taken out of the transfer station?
In 2023, 2022, and 2021.
No. For the proposed 2024 budget that we just reviewed for the transfer station, okay, was propane and baling wire taken out of supplies and put in?
I don't know where it came from. I can't answer that question. I don't know where it came from. I would say it probably came out of my contractual line along with my tipping fees.
Are you asking if it was?
I can't figure it out.
It's taken from transfer station, put it in the recycling.
No.
I don't believe so.
But he's saying that it wasn't.
Right.
So we basically we have it twice here.
Twice.
Yeah. Right. And I think we were paying because we've been doing the police, and I think it came out of my tipping fees. It had to come out. That's the only thing that comes out of my contractual line.
So we have a line item for baling wire and propane in the transfer station too?
No.
Well, in their contract.
Hold on. I'm getting conflicting stories here.
No, you're not.
The contract and rental line the transfer station was not reduced.
By $12,000.
Correct.
Okay, so that money is still, that money for that baling wire and propane is still in the transfer station. And it's being also added to the recycling.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It was never a line in the transfer station for propane and baling wires. It was,
Okay,
Put in
but
contract.
that doesn't explain the 11,000 additional dollars for contracts and rentals.
2,400 tons of waste is going up by $4 starting first of the year. Tipping fees are going up. Our contractual thing to the landfill. It just for some reason,
So that's your contracts and rentals line going up $11,000 for recycling.
that is for the propane and for the baling wires.
But, Donnie, you're saying that the landfill, the increased cost for the landfills is the
Tipping
increase-
fees.
The tipping fees is the increase in the cost.
If you look, right, because if you look at my line item in my transfer station on contractual, again, when I make a line item budget, if I say I'm spending money on propane, it's gonna be listed in my line item that I'm spending on propane, or I'm spending on this item. I'm not gonna bunch it into a bunch of numbers for tipping fees and everything else. So somehow, it was put in the transfer station. It didn't list it as propane and baling wires in my contractual. My contractual in that line in the transfer station has only been 95% of it contractual is tipping fees to get rid of our waste.
So the increase on the transfer station is the tipping fees.
It's the tipping fees that are going up at the first of the year.
The increase on the recycling is the propane. So that's
Right, but that was the question I asked.
Right.
We've been paying for propane and baling wire all these years. So you said that was taken from the transfer station, put back into the recycling to make the numbers actual, because you were talking about having a net zero balance. So that $11,000 was taken from the transfer station, put into the recycling.
No.
The bill was just.
So there's still $11,000 in the recycling, I mean transfer?
Yes.
So plus the $11,000 for the recycling.
Okay.
Right.
So does the
I want
two?
to try to make.
No, hold on. No, let me ask the question again.
Okay.
If that $11,000 additional would go up from $1,000 to $12,000, you're saying it's for propane and baling wire.
Correct.
That's fine. I can buy that.
Right.
We did not get an increase of $11,000 for propane and baling wire. So you said that money was put originally into the transfer station. Budget-wise, I just asked you, saying it wasn't taken out of transfer, but it was also added into the recycling. So are we double dipping on the baling wire and propane? This is all I'm trying to find out.
No, I will not use them. Any money that's in the transfer station should go for the transfer station contractual. It shouldn't go. All I'm saying is in 2020, propane and baling wire were an expense under the contractual and the recycling. And for some reason, that number disappeared and got pulled out of that.
And
And
where?
for some reason, it's been charged to my transfer station contractual for the last 3 years.
Okay.
Which is meant for my tipping fees,
So you've taken that and put it into the recycling.
where it belongs, correct?
Right. But why is that money left? What you're saying
It
is
was
that
never put
money's...
into that.
It was never put into the transfer
He was
station.
just paying it.
It was
just getting paid out of that
Paid.
contractual account, is what I'm trying to say. It was just getting paid out of there. So if I were to come to you and say, you got a shortage in your contractual, what's going on? Are we throwing away too much trash, or why is it tipping fees? I'm gonna say, well, geez, I don't know. That account was getting charged.
So it's kind of hidden into your line item that includes all your
Yeah, it was
tipping
kind
fees.
of, I guess it was kind of a little in there.
Thank you for
It was never listed there.
I may be slow, but once I get it, I'm okay. You had a question, like that you had to go to the
I thought
bathroom.
we had clarification. So.
That's good clarification, but you've never gone even remotely close to going over budget. Like this year, you're not even close to going over budget, and then you increased it anyway.
Because she paid it out of.
Because it got paid out of my transfer station account.
I'm saying your contractuals, you budgeted for that, plus you're taking 11 grand out of it as well.
She covered it out of revenues without even ever putting it on the expense line, is what he's saying.
That's correct.
I think that line item 2505, those aren't real numbers. It's supposed to be 1,000, but they weren't put in the proper place. They weren't allocated in the proper place.
They never hit an expense line.
I think what you're saying is that $12,000 is a reasonable budgeted line item for what the recycling needs for that line item. Those numbers, we can't discuss those numbers because they're meaningless.
Correct.
I'm saying the transfer station contractual line item is too high.
I will tell you
Based on
there's some opportunity to save on that line item.
Further discussion? We okay, council? Ready to move on? All right, let's move on to the airport, please. Thank you for your patience getting that through my thick head, Donnie.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it.
Something about old dogs and new tricks, but understanding the past history and how it was handled, is when we look at these numbers, we assume they're correct and they're supposed to be real.
Yes.
That one apparently wasn't.
Well, that's
And
what
it kind of stuck out like a sore thumb, $11,000 line item on a $1,000 budgeted.
it did in the budget process to me, because when I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, wait a minute, why is this?
It's a real number. I mean, the number that's there is the real number that was actually paid out. It was just, the expense was paid out of the wrong account.
Right,
It was allocated to the wrong
exactly,
account.
yeah, that's what I understand.
And so, the first year you do that, the next year you're looking at it and you're saying, well, that budget doesn't need to be that high, you didn't spend it.
Next year, we're gonna look at that line item, oh, okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. You did really well, you were actually below budget.
Yeah,
Yes.
so let's reduce it,
Yep.
and then it carries forward, reduce.
Let's reduce it back down to 1,000.
I want to reflect the actual cost too,
Yeah.
because we're trying to recover that cost.
Yep,
Through
and
fees.
we'll get that on revenue.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on the airport now, 2505.
Yeah.
Discussion, questions?
Did you find out, Jacob, if we need to increase the snow plowing around and because of the new building and extra taxiway and all that fun stuff?
When I had spoken to Caleb about it, he didn't think so.
You didn't think so? Good.
That's a 2505 line item, I assume.
I think so.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
removal, yeah, contract service.
Actually brought down a touch. Well, new hangar, less plus. So we good to go, council? All right, let's move on to recreation, please. 2505. $2505, we have 0115 part-time, that's, how many people does that cover? Do we know?
The director and attendance, right?
Yep.
Two of
Summer
them,
programs.
Well, it's more than, it's
Oh, plus
not
the
just your
pool
lifeguards, it's
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Right,
positions.
multiple people, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
16? 15.
We're on 2505, the recreation department. Jason, anything that you'd like to discuss or bring up?
What was that?
Let me know when you're ready. I'm good. 2505 rec department, anything you want to cover on that?
Was everybody else good with it?
Yep.
Okay.
All set?
I have a question, and it might be just something to think about for further exploration at another time, is whether or not we would want to look to a community group to run the rec programming in town instead of the town running it. And not having a rec department per se, but having a privately run community organization that runs that type of programming.
Yeah, they would still need a budget though, that would still require town and council input.
Perhaps.
And it's run by the community now.
Well, that's my point. I mean, the community pretty much runs it and staffs it and everything else. We would be able to maybe lease our facility to
Like a
somebody
separate
operating
entity,
it. Like a
lease it
separate
and then
nonprofit kind of
operate as a
kind of thing.
profit nonprofit.
Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of like private sports clubs, like lacrosse and football, and like the blue ice and the black ice and all that kind of stuff with soccer and basketball. You know, there's obviously high participation, and is it better run and able to have better services if there aren't things that the town has to operate certain ways because of our insurance and things like that? If it would actually be a better program if the town wasn't involved. Just an idea.
That's
It would like
interesting
free up
idea.
some things for the
Discussion.
community to do
Yeah.
other things, and it might be something, I mean, it's obviously a building, you know, and Jacob's done a great job getting, engaging people and all these things and stuff, and if it weren't town run, then there might be opportunities for like the Pinnacle to also be part of that group and have an overarching recreation group in town. Just an idea, just to.
No, it's an interesting idea. If you talk about Pinnacle, that's going to be a very
Those are other
protective group.
Yeah.
The Manson Park's going to be probably out of the question anyway, because that's a whole different entity. But I mean, it's working well for subbing out the water and sewer to Over Associates. It's working. I mean, we're considering that for the taking care of the cemetery.
I mean,
So,
the
yeah.
town could even look at it and just say, we're gonna pay a flat rate of $50,000 to support community programming for this organization. And maybe it would better utilize the Pinnacle building more than just the wintertime use or things like that.
That's certainly something
This
worth
is an idea.
exploring. Anything on the budget that we're looking at right now, Council? We good to go? Ready to move? All right, let's move on to the library, please. Department 2510.
Jason, you're up.
Approved.
Be quiet.
Give him a minute, he'll come up with
Does
something.
that rubber stand?
I bet you don't walk in the door that way ever again. Flaming off his hinges again.
But seriously, it's all good.
You can go back and watch that, Jacob.
I watched it. I know exactly what happened.
All right, any discussion on this, Council? It actually looks fairly benign.
Most librarians are fairly benign.
Budget.
Budget!
Budget. Your predecessor did that to me too. You're not going to do that.
There's not one person here that believes that.
Emphasis on most.
Yeah, emphasis on most. There you go. Yeah, emphasis on most. Thanks, though.
We have crowd control in the front row.
Yeah, I know we do. Anything to talk about on this, Council? Looks good. Ready to move?
Yes.
All right, let's move on then.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Theater.
Okay. Next.
That is an issue unto itself. This will at least take us through the end of the year. Insurance is the end of June. That will be a discussion between now and June, I assume. So we're looking good with that for now, Council?
Yep.
All right, let's move on to general assistance, please. Good. Any discussion? Good to move on? All right, let's move on. Unclassified.
Mike, I have a question
Yeah.
about the general assistance. Did
Sure.
that come in over or under budget for 2023?
It
And I'm not
came in-
asking to be nosy, I'm
It
ready.
came in over. It's not, you're not being nosy, it's public information.
We're writing a grant at the library, and they just asked about
Yeah. Well, actually,
socioeconomic state, and like we have a lot, like between 55 and 65% of our children get free or reduced lunch, and that was one of
what we're looking at for numbers now, we have 10,000 that was budgeted for 2023. Year to date was $15,658.48.
And we've gotten all of our refunds back that we get from the state.
We're not complete yet. I think we still have more to do.
There's one more check we'll wait on.
Yeah, but your revenue breakdown, you'll see that there's an overrun in revenue budget as well.
Yeah.
That also.
So it was an exceptional year for that. I don't recall seeing anything like that in the years I've been on the council. But given what's going on everywhere, it's probably not really that surprising. But those are the numbers you can use. That's what we have year to date.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
appreciate
very welcome. So on the 3505 unclassified services, anything to discuss on this council? Anything that jumps out?
I have a question about computer upgrade. Is that, have we spent anything out of that budget so far this year?
We've not.
Do we need to do more computer upgrade work? I know we just did a big one, and then we said we were gonna do on a regular basis, like replace them on a regular basis. But it seems like if we've just replaced them all to get them up to snuff for Trio, that we wouldn't need to start replacing more of them. Unless we're gonna address computers in other places, like the water sewer system and the town office, or the town shed, which you said you already have one for. So is that a spot that we have a little bit of wiggle room, or is that something we need to preserve for?
I did reduce it by 10 grand down to 5,000. I think it is good to have in case we run into some unexpected problems during the year, but I think 5,000 there is more than enough.
Okay. And that's for, not for services, it's for actual equipment, right? Or would it be both?
I think you could use it for both.
Okay.
Were the computers purchased out of a different line item?
They were purchased in 2022,
I
but
thought,
the upgrade was a project for 23, I think.
Because there's also a capital improvement line.
Right.
That's where it came out of. And I think it was put into the budget in 2023 so that there was funding ongoing to, rather than saying, oh, we need a project, have it be a little bit all the time in order to keep up on updating things. Instead of being like, oh, we have to come up with $35,000 to
Yeah,
replace it.
hence this line item is what you mean,
Yeah.
right?
the 6033. Okay. That's where that pulled from.
Well, we're talking about, I'm not sure about that, we're talking about still on the 5045.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they were purchased under 6033 under capital budget. That's what you're saying, Heather?
Probably.
Okay, yeah. It shows 9,800. Okay, 9,800 bucks. So that was the 10 that we were talking about.
That's the, which one? 960,
6033.
that's the.
Oh, that's police. No, so we did
6003.
6003. Sorry. Yeah.
6003, computers, yeah.
We all set with the unclassified? Good to go, council? All right, let's move on to social and community services.
I had a note here, find out what the expenses were in past years for the Historical Society, the Senior Citizens, and the Drift Buster.
That should be,
So the actuals would be on that page 78. Whoops, no, not page 78.
Yes, sir.
73, sorry.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna sound like the Grinch here, that community Christmas project, what does that cover?
That's the food pantry.
Yeah.
Okay. We have no expenses to that, we haven't,
Every other year. It appears to be.
okay, all right.
Is it for the food pantry? It's an every year thing.
No, I'm saying the expense,
It's every other
the
year.
expenses are actually realized every other year. So 2022, when you look at actuals,
Bottom line, it's a real number. Community Christmas party, we should probably put food pantry or something in there, because I'll probably ask the same question next year.
I think it's intended to be a yearly expense.
It is
It's just,
to help cover the electricity for food pantry.
Just
So
a-
they do our donations.
It may be there hasn't been communications back and forth.
I think they might be in the
They
same
anticipate,
position
yeah.
as the Somerville Club, as soon as you request the disbursement.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, that would be just
Yeah.
get in touch with whoever that is and say, we need your letter or whatever.
Yeah, it may not be an automatic thing, and maybe people that were involved aren't involved to that level anymore, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very likely, like you mentioned, same thing as the Snowmobile Club, just hasn't been requested, so that's something that will probably.
It was this year.
have now.
Jake, did you get a letter by chance?
All right, anything else on the Social Community Services Council? We're ready to move on. What's good? All right, let's move on to capital improvements. 505.
first and foremost, I say paving needs to come out of here, I think, for this year.
Amount will be reduced.
I think come out entirely.
Take $500,000 off paving.
I think so. We have $300,000 going in paving this year.
Yeah, but those aren't new projects, that's just completion of projects this year.
Still progress.
It's just progress.
It's,
I'm telling you, I looked at the last 3 years' expenses and revenues, and I can't make head or tail of what's going to happen in December. And I think that we need to be at a resetting of zero this year, and then we can start putting that together starting next year.
I think we look at it as we did 700,000 in paving this year, and we're doing 300,000 next year.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, 6 in-town roads, right? Or something like that for the 300,000. Like that shows progress. It's not.
Donnie, on that paving, if
Maybe not
the
probably
price
for
of
more.
paving fluctuates, do we realize that at all, or are we locked in at that number?
No.
Paving went up by the 14, 18 for next year. We're locked in at this year.
We're locked in.
They're already.
Because we got an agreement. Yeah, they're gonna lock in for this year's price for the spring. So we're not paying.
So if we knock that down to
Just take it out.
$250,000, that knocks the mill rate down 1 point. From 25.7 to 24.77, just under a mill rate. That way we'll keep money in for the paving, which we talked about this ad nauseum at other previous councils, that we need to maintain a certain amount, because otherwise we're gonna be 20, 25, 30 years behind in paving.
But now you have to go into your revenue line item and pull 250,000 out of your revenue, because there's 500,000 of revenue coming in from the general fund. So when you reduce that, you actually have a net zero change to your. You'll have a net zero in your.
Right, but what I'm saying initially, because we had mentioned this last time about, okay, 500,000 is too much. Instead of getting rid of it completely, we can start at a lower rate and then try to anticipate get to a certain level, to a level that can be maintained from year to year.
I think that's where the comprehensive paving plan that Jay has recommended comes into play, right? We're kind of just shooting in the dark and throwing money just because we at one point said that we would, and that almost doesn't make sense to me. To say, we don't. You're already paying more in your taxes this year. You're guaranteed to pay more in your taxes next year, and for the next potentially 2 years until the reval is realized, right? Because we have lost our position with 100% valuation right? Even though we were at 93 something, we've now dropped below that, and we've lost our homestead exemption. So you have a significant tax increase automatically, plus we already have $90-some thousand in expense overrun or addition this year in the budget. I just think
Let's just, I mean, we have the we can go, just put 0 in there and then we'll go through the rest of it, see where we're at.
60-10,
And we come back to it.
60-10, we
See where we're at.
call 0 right now? Okay.
I mean, that's what I
See us
think.
leave a minimum of 250 in there.
No,
I feel like we just slide backwards. Just slide backwards. If we're not constantly
That was
making some
my point.
improvement.
I agree with you.
We're making
We're
$300,000 worth of improvements.
But we're not. That's from this year.
No, it's not. We didn't do it this year.
I mean, we borrowed money in 21 and 22 and approved the budget and spent it.
Right, we didn't do it this year, however,
It's
that
all the
budget
same
reflected that amount of money and those roads to be done this year, whether it was, whatever the reason was, it didn't get done this year, does not mean that it goes to improve more roads for next year.
Where's that 250 gonna come from?
If you can find 250 more savings, I'm good for it. But I'm at 0 on increase. 0.
Can we have, instead of, okay, can we have this be a reserve account that we're putting money?
That's how it's set up right now.
It's set up that way. So as a capital project, it becomes a reserve account. So just like we're saving for other large expenses, we can save up money over time. And this is a big project, so you can't be like, we're gonna save $30,000 a year. It's not gonna be effective. Even $250,000 is minimally effective when you look at the cost of paving. And if we don't start saving for it at some point, you're looking at later on down the road, oh, we have to take out another $1.5 million. Well, it doesn't make sense to me to have giant leaps and bounds, ups and downs in the budget when you can have a steady amount that you're putting in there each year.
What is your realized payment, annual payment on $1 million loan? What are we seeing right now? Last year was 63,000,
You're looking around 80 grand.
80 grand. So we can pave $1 million worth of roads on 80 grand, or you're talking about banking 250. So you're talking about encumbering the citizens by 3 times the value, and you're accomplishing a quarter of the work.
But you're paying 80 grand over how many
Understood.
years? Every single year.
Understood, but you're talking about putting 250 to 500,000 in the bank every single year. So again, where are we realizing the benefit? We talked about this last year in our budgetary process.
Putting $255,000 in the bank, no, that's based on paving that has to get done.
That gives you the ability to make a paving plan. It's difficult to have a paving plan if you have no funding in place for it.
You have loans. We talked about this last year in our budget process, was that taking the loan actually had a lesser immediate impact on the mill rate and gave us the opportunity to balance.
We're going to have to get to the point where we can't keep taking out loans. We can't include loan payments as part of a budget. That's not the long-term way.
Why not? That's the whole next thing is debt service.
Because they compound year over year
Absolutely.
over year.
Absolutely they do. So every 3 years we take out $1 million loan and say, hey, we're going to do this much this year. You know,
Long term, that's not feasible.
You know,
It isn't. You can't run a business on loans only. You have to have income. You have to have expenses.
you can absolutely run businesses on capital expense plans. And this is not a capital expense. This is a savings plan, and that's different.
No, because you would have expenditures out of that.
You can't call it a savings plan. You're talking $500,000. I bet you right now, Donnie, if we gave you $2 million, can you pay $2 million worth of roads and will you be caught up?
But-
Yes and no.
Let me put it to you this way. You put whatever number in there you want, 6,000, 6 million, 10 billion. I don't care. If that number says more than 0 at the end of this, it's a no from me. So I'm telling you where I'm at.
More than 0 what?
If we have money in paving, it's going to be a no from me. I am absolutely against putting money in paving this year. I think we have put $2 million in the last 2 years. If this town cannot see, and it's going to be realized over a 3-year payout, this town will see that we are still doing things. And I'm telling you, if you increase their mill rate by 1 to 2 mills, it's not going to fly this year. It's not going to fly.
I think what we've invested so far is definitely palatable. I mean, you can see it, you can hear it. I mean, people, I think 2 years ago would have said we had the crappiest roads in the state.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to hear that anymore. I mean, a lot of ditching going on, a lot of culverts, a lot of paving. There's progress. I think we probably look pretty responsible when spending $700,000 this year and pushing $300 into next year. That way we can still have some momentum next year. I would suggest the same thing as Craig, but a little different take. I'd like to give Jacob a year to get his feet on the ground and understand what's going on and put that on idle for 1 year. Let this thing kind of balance out a little bit, reset zero, and then go after it again. I'm not saying don't pay, but I'm saying we're going to spend $300,000 this year. Let's give it a year to balance out. We're almost doing that for free because we already budgeted the money, right? I know it's not free, but this year, let it balance out, and then let's try again in the fall. It's still progress, Mike. I mean, people are still seeing the pavers out there.
No, I'm hearing
yes.
you. Jacob, you had something you want to mention? No?
Jacob's going to make some changes the next 8 months that are going to make a difference in this budget. And I just want to see, I think we can put this on hold and see what those changes are, and he might find some money in some different spots. That's why we hired him.
Let me ask you a question. We're not going to spend that this year. So is that actually going to be an expense item for next year? The $300,000?
It would basically be a carry forward.
It will reflect on this year's budget.
Well, you're going to
But
see it.
we won't realize it until next year.
But if you put in $250,000, Mike, where are you going to take it from? Is that going to be taxed to the people, or are you going to take it from debt service? I mean, really, where are you?
No, I don't have all these answers. This is why we're having the discussion.
I understand.
However, part of my response will be, we've talked about this many times before. I know you and I haven't been on councils before talking about this, that we cycle up and down. We'll put, $100,000 this year, and now next year we'll put on $50,000. That's why we can't depend on getting these roads paid properly. And that segued into the discussion we had about having the public works foreman, the department head, work on a reasonable plan, a paving plan. And you had mentioned, Jason, that you had a program that was available. So we're kind of spinning plates here. We have to do one thing. We can't expect Donnie spent all this time, the town invest in a program to get a paving plan, and we didn't put money in the paving this year. It's a necessary expense. We can't get to the point where we're playing catch up like we did for the last 2 years. I mean, the roads are great now. And that probably was the exact same thing that was said the last time we had that many roads paved. Whoever was on the council, I don't think I was on it. If I said, I would have admitted it. Yep, great, we did a good job. Now we don't need to put money in this year, or next year, or next year. And the council changes, and the attitudes change, and things move along. That's a necessary investment. This is my thought. Where it comes from, Doc, I don't know.
Well,
I don't have the answer, but what I'm saying, this is why we're here talking about it.
But, I mean, when we were on the council before, and Heather remembers this also, is that, some of the loans that we're paying off now are coming out of the Pittsfield Future Fund, which is kind of tapped out. Theoretically, that was,
This last loan was it.
yeah. I think that, whatever you borrow from here on out is going to be purely borrowed, with nothing as a reserve to count on, at this point, so.
And
So, how do you want to approach this? Do you want to put a pin in this till later in the evening and go over everything else? Because one comment you mentioned is that we'll see how it comes out with debt service and revenue. We make a change here, so see how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the way you want to do it? I'm not. I don't know. How do you want to approach this?
I mean, my first comment is the same as Eric's, right? Is I think that we need to give Jacob and his team the opportunity to reset zero this year. And whether we budget 100,000 in there, I mean, if it's something that we have to do, but I'd like to see it zero until we get the rest of it, and then we can come back to it, and if we can determine a place to gain that money, then let's do it.
Yep.
But I think for right now, that's a glaring line item on there, and that's, 2+ mil points right there.
Okay, so we're talking, we're talking the same thing. Line item 6010?
Yep.
So what you propose is to move that to zero.
Move that.
So let me ask you a question, though. Some of my questions may sound foolish, but it's how I can understand things. How will that affect our paving plan for next year?
Doesn't.
You don't have.
You don't have a paving plan,
I mean,
so nothing.
Well, you're not.
so we don't plan on paving roads in town for next year.
Well, $300,000
Nothing
worth.
beyond what was already planned for this year, because you're not going to have any money to do it.
Right, but that's just in continuation from this year's budget into next year's.
Right. That's what I'm
So-
saying. You're not going to do anything beyond what we've already budgeted and paid for in
All right.
this year's budget.
Just so I'm clear. Okay.
It's still newly paved roads.
Yep. So I mean,
In the year of
tried
20 in the year of 2024.
Right.
We tried to pay $1 million this year. We weren't successful.
No, I understand. We had 300,000 left over. However, that 300,000 can't be considered as budgeting for next year's budget.
Absolutely not.
It's convenient to use it now because now that works into the argument of not putting that $500,000 in on this line item 6010.
Can we verify what year this may sound off topic, but can we verify the year that the reval is supposed to populate? I think it's 2025.
So it started.
We're 2 years into it, and it's a 4-year plan.
23, 24, but I believe the third year was the final payment for reval to be applied
Yep.
for 2025. Is that correct, Heather?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
So you're talking end of next year.
End of
We've
next
already
year.
2 years into it.
So
I thought it was a budget.
2025
No,
would be the next.
we did a 3-year.
Well,
And
that's-
it's down to a 3-year.
Right.
So the reason I asked that question,
So we did that more accessible.
the reason I asked that question is technically the next time that we would be discussing adding money to the budget for paving would be for the 2025 budget, would also be the year that we're going to realize an increased valuation on all of our properties and potentially a substantial change in our mill rate. So why, right? So now we're looking at, okay, we're going to have 1 year that we're hitting kind of pause, but at the same time, we still get to realize paving. And the very next budget that we're going to be talking about it is going to be during the year where we're going to realize tax savings potentially. I just think it changes the conversation when we realize that
Right, if we look at this budget in anticipation of that, which we should do, I mean, that's a viable argument.
we need to kind of look beyond just this year, right?
Yep.
And
You're right.
Let's go down through the rest of these. At the end, if we've cut enough other things, maybe we bump that to 200,000. I don't know.
100,000.
Once you come down through these,
Okay, so
some things
let's,
might not get.
I'm going to put that in as 0 right now, 60-10. All right, so is there anything else on
Can you
this?
highlight that, Jacob? Sorry. Can you highlight that in red or something, or hold it, or?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So under 4505 capital budget, anything else for discussion? 4505 capital budget.
No,
capital improvements.
45. Look at 60-90. I understand our fleet building program that we're trying to establish, and I understand that. I do believe that in a year where we purchased 4 vehicles, the need to go, what we're doing in the police, I believe, is a 2-year cycle for the most part. On that, and I think that's something that we should adhere to in most of our departments.
What was that 70K anticipated for?
60-90 was 70,000. I believe that was for an additional new public works truck. Is that correct?
It's to replace the dump truck. The original request was 200,000.
The initial request was $200,000 to replace for a single axle plow truck.
And I put it in this way to try to do that over a 2-year period rather than
Correct.
doing it all at once.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I have an emergency. I have to take care of it.
Sure.
So this is already acknowledging that it's going to be a 2-year process before you actually get the vehicle.
Yeah, because again, new vehicles, when they're going up by 18 to 20% a year, we're not gonna be able to afford it. So we're looking at buying a used truck, so a 2-year cycle versus 200,000, 70 and 70, I think will work. I think give us our next budget cycle. So
Need to make
if there's no wood around here, I can knock on, but
litter
hopefully everything goes
downsizing.
good. Again, that's a concession, understanding that budget's tight.
So refresh my memory, that was, I know we've talked about this many times, along a bunch of other things, that's for a dump truck.
That's for a single axle dump truck for the in-town route that's south of the tracks.
Single axle dump truck with a plow unit.
Because we've got 2 single axles and we've got 2 tandem axles, so we've got 4 dump plow trucks. We're going to be taking over 5 plow routes.
And that's, okay. You just answered, taking over plow routes. So this is,
So are we gonna have the truck in time to take over the route if we do it this way?
I'm going to potentially cut it between 2 routes that we've got right now to get us by, because we've got the 2 single axles, like I said, that are running right now that will get us by. I'll split that 3rd route between the other 2 for the time being, but for the sake of time. Again, the budget's tight, I understand that we're going to have to make some concessions somehow, some way. So again, trying to be more efficient with what we have.
so if we look at, that $500,000 taken off the capital pavement, right now, we're down almost 1.9 in the mill rate from the original budget we started with without touching this line item.
But not to speak for the council, but I think the intent is to also eliminate the 500,000 from revenues. Is
Right.
the vibe that I'm getting.
Right.
So
Yep.
that 500,000, you're not going to see any. That's going to be a wash.
It's a
basically.
wash.
No, it stays the same.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't do fair. Or 0.9% or 0.9
Okay,
mil
so that-
increase, whatever.
Right.
Which spreadsheet, is that the revenue breakdown spreadsheet that will be come out of?
Yes. Yes.
And is that
It would be.
classified or?
Yeah.
3505,
Yeah.
3505, 15, use of fund balance. So if we put that to 0, and that, mill rate stays the same. No impact, it is a wash. Not, well, it's more edification, I wasn't checking on your numbers.
Could we take a certain percentage from, if we don't do the 500,000, could we take a certain percentage from the fund balances to make the absolute mill rate 0 increase?
The proposed from last year?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take 500,000 from it, so if we just take 250,000 from the fund balance, then we basically eliminate the mill rate increase.
Or at least cushion it for Limit CD 53 and the in the county.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of curious on, historically, I wish I had done my homework on that, but what do we normally see for an increase from the school year over year? Is it 5 or 6%?
I'm gonna say last year was 4.
4%?
I could get those things.
That sounds about right. 4 to
Yeah.
6% is, I think if we use the average of that, it would give us a really good snapshot.
It's the county budget that kills our mill rate.
Yeah.
You know, and it's something, I mean, I know I don't pay attention to that. I have no idea what their budget meetings are like or anything like that. And I feel like we have the school come in and give us a presentation. Can we have the county come in and like be responsible and responsive to us and to our residents that may want to ask questions of our county commissioners about what they're doing with this budget and why it's so much all the time?
I think we're right on the bottom of the kind we need to succeed anyway.
We're on the wrong side of 201.
What do they do for us? Anyway, that's another discussion. So, on capital budget 4505, 60-90 was question.
I personally think we should leave it. I mean, I think
I agree because
we're tackle plowing, then we gotta prepare for that.
If we go back to yours and Craig's suggestion of taking that 60-10, putting that to 0, and realizing that in the revenue breakdown on 3505 line 15, use of fund balance, change that to 0. We're at a wash. The budget hasn't changed. The proposed budget hasn't changed. Yet we keep that 70,000 in there for that truck.
I agree, leave it in there.
And we don't touch our general fund money unless, like Howie says, we agree to basically buy down the mill rate. You know, and that's all we're really doing.
And you can only do it for so long.
You can only do that for so long.
Tighter budget. You're gonna have less fund
Well,
balance.
this will be the third year in a row that
That we
it's
bought it
gonna
down.
At a minimum of $200,000 more.
But when interest rates are high, I mean, that's the best time to use your money. I mean, I'm not saying drain it by any means, but if we can use it a little bit to buffer it out. High interest rates, it makes sense to use it then.
Yeah, Jason, you had something?
The 4513 is the fire engine 3, and it shows the 13286.
Are we all, before we go into debt service, are we all set with the capital budget?
Oh, sorry. Oh, we're up to
4505?
That's
So we're done with that.
Ready to move on?
Aye.
Okay, propose 60-10 to 0 and keeping 60-90 in there at 70K. All right, let's move on. Go ahead, Jason. Moving on to debt service. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand some of these. Like I know the fire engine 3 replacement, we didn't actually act on that in 2023, so you wouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, are we doing anything with that? Are we moving forward with that? We mixing that whole operation?
I'm still looking for a used truck, but the ones that are out there are pretty well used.
This one just failed inspection, is that correct? And if we don't replace it, what's that do to your operation, more or less? Like what you're typically using what the 2017,
2003 and the 2017 mostly, right?
right?
We used that one last spring to run for grass fires and brush fires rather than the newer ones.
Right. And based on your manpower at the moment,
But the ISO likes to see that truck sitting there even if you got nobody, so I don't know how much difference that makes in anybody's. Commercial people, it makes a big difference, but I'm not, we're not due for an ISO look at for another year. So
What's ISO?
Insurance Service Office. They're the ones that say, okay, yeah, you got they classify you and your tax, your insurance is based on whatever rate.
Right.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yeah, let me know. Thank you.
We're on debt service.
So that's still a project, even though we weren't able to do anything with it this year. It's still
I
a
think that
project
money was
that needs to be
just
done.
the interest, I think, on the loan is what that money was put in there for.
Right, but we never,
We didn't.
yeah, we just
buy
didn't
it,
move
so
on it, and I know we're trying to avoid
Yeah.
So we have 13,000.
taking loans and not acting on them, and then, you know,
There was no loan taken out,
right, but, yeah.
but this money was put in there to pay the interest, I believe, is what that was for.
Right, but if you didn't take out the loan,
So
and
there is no payment.
there's no payment, so then, do you really need the money in there
For next year.
for next year? I would say no, because you have this year's money.
So,
So I would say 4513 would go to zero,
yeah.
is my thought.
So I have a question, is that $13,000 plus dollars actually sitting somewhere in an account, or is it just paper money, monopoly money?
It should be in an account because it was raised by taxation according to the budget.
That was a loan that was never taken, right?
It was
That was in the
we
budget.
didn't take the
that's
loan,
their
but we
grant
raised the
covered it.
money by taxation to pay the interest with the intent of taking the loan. So that should be in a reserve account.
No, because they were never taxed on that because the money was never spent.
You know, it's budgeted?
Even though it was
It was in the
budgeted.
budget, so it was budgeted.
Budgeted 13.
The tax rate was based,
The
pay for that.
the projected tax rate was based, but the actual realized tax rate was only based on spend as of,
no,
No.
no. 2023 budget included that line item, $13,286.
It wouldn't be in a reserve though, it'd be just your general fund.
It would
Be
be in a
just like-
reserve because.
So
it's
that
not
money is
taxed.
real and it was raised. Whether it was used for its purpose, that's where we're getting money. Because it sounds like it was not used for its purpose. However, to Heather's point, the tax rate was based on that interest payment. At that time, the anticipation was buying a fire truck for X amount on loan. That was the interest payment for it. So we budgeted for it. So that,
I see, it's in
no.
It's in the general fund because it was an interest payment, it was not assigned to a reserve account. Can we assign that to a reserve account so that it's preserved for that purpose?
So that would say that every
yeah,
loan
we should, these line items should match an account somewhere.
budget
so that we can
process.
point to it and
Well,
say,
no, it's not technically, because it's debt service, it's not CIP project. So the
That's
CIP
the
project translates
payment.
to a reserve account for that particular project. This is debt service, so it's just general dollars in the fund to this purpose.
Right.
But what we need to do is establish a reserve account for it.
we're talking the
as
same thing.
a
Yes,
CIP.
I agree.
Project, right?
If you were going
That's what we
to,
should have done.
if you were going to keep this payment, you would put it into the fire equipment reserve, which is already established.
I think we need to do that.
But you would take it, you'd eliminate the 13 from debt service and you put it under the CIP budget.
I'm
That's
asking,
what-
well, for this year, I think Jason's right that we don't need to. But if the 13,286, can it be taken from the general fund and put into the reserve for this year, like year-end transfer stuff?
I believe the council could authorize.
From
it.
the 23 budget.
Yes, this
Right,
year,
yeah.
because we already said we were gonna spend that, and we don't have a project that's
Yep.
been completed.
Yeah.
Although like our paving that we're carrying over, we still need to do this project and replace the vehicle. And that way we preserve and these funds don't get raised and then just not used and they're somewhere. That's part of the reason why the fund gained, because, you know, we set aside interest payments and then it didn't get preserved in that purpose. And then it would be the same thing for fire pumper, the 4515 line, if that wasn't replaced this year, so that should also be zeroed out, and then the
No,
62,824.
That's an actual,
No, that's paying for that should be 17, not
that's for
12.
the 2017, 4515.
Yeah.
Line 4515 should be fire pumper 2017.
17.
Yeah, it is on the email he sent out to us. It's right on there.
Yeah.
When I
Okay.
updated the,
Yeah.
that was titled wrong in Trio.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, I'm seeing there just hasn't been an expense yet this year.
It was after the 30th.
It was after the
paid
30th,
In
okay.
December.
All right, so we keep that because that's a debt payment we actually have to.
Right.
Because we have the loan.
So 4513 is really the only one question.
Right, correct.
Yeah. I mean, excellent point, Jason, and we can take that out. We zeroed the 2024 proposed line item for 4513 to 0. Is that what we're talking about?
Right.
Okay. So I make that a 0.
And the 13,286 from the 2023 budget needs to go into the fire reserve account up above.
Yes.
If we,
Because if the council, yeah, that would be a transfer that you would have to approve at your next
For
meeting.
this year.
And
Right.
there's a specific account, I don't know if it's listed. Yeah, it would go into the fire equipment reserve,
Right.
which is on page 70, listed on page 75.
and that comes out of the fund balance. If you were going to pay the 13,286.
Correct. It-
Right.
Yeah.
That is an
That's
expense
a
in this year's
0.05
budget.
drop.
Right.
Okay.
Big drop. 105, baby.
You're welcome. Going in the right direction.
Hey, love it.
So anything else on the debt service?
Is my, sorry to go back, is my direction to remove the 500,000 from the paving? Did we
Just for
decide
the
on that?
Yes.
moment, I think.
Yes.
Where did we land on the public works truck and all of that stuff? Library capital.
Kept it in there. That 70,000?
Yeah.
We decided to keep it in there for now. It's unnecessary. Because we looked at the numbers,
That's
as
a good
you
thought.
suggested, the $500,000 of paving, we took it out of the revenue. That was at a wash. But it is, as Donnie mentioned, it's a necessary piece of equipment for more roads that we assume for the plowing. So with the debt service, anything else you want to cover for now, council? Are we ready to move on to water and sewer? Or you want to go to,
Where are we at with that reduction of the 500,000?
what do you mean, where we are?
With the real radio was like a net zero.
It's a net zero, right? Because the revenue. So we have only in all that we've. So our net increase right now is
0. For what we had.
we have an increase
0.94, right?
to 0.94 because we.
No, it would be 0.85.
Right, 'cause
Because it was
the,
90,
yeah.
it was 0.9.
From last year's budget, yes.
Yes.
From what, from the budget we started with this evening.
0.85. Okay.
I have a question, and you might be able to answer this, Jacob, you might not. When do the debt service items for 4505 through 4509 end? Like, when is the last year we need to have the debt service in there?
They're all, I know it's labeled 20-year in TRIA, but they're all 10-year loans. And so your 19 one would be 2029, would be 2030, and your 2022 would be 2030. They're all 10-year loans.
32,
Okay.
33.
Right. The only one that isn't is the 50,000 one for the public works truck. That was a 5-year loan.
Okay, wait a minute, say that again. Public Works, truck.
That was the one that we had to create. It was paid out of the 2022 CIP line, but that's the one that we had to create the new line item under 4510, which is on the revised debt service budget that I sent out to you guys.
So it's not on this one?
It's not on the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet was done
Can you
before I
add
sent it.
it in there? Because we're gonna wanna have that.
The number is in the 08 line, but I can,
Oh, okay, it just became 4510 instead of 4508.
right.
All right, I'm gonna fix it on mine.
It's on the, like I said, it's on that revised sheet that I sent out to you guys.
All right, so that's the 148,853.
Right. But the 4508 is going to stay the 138,000. 45-10 is going to be 11,000 because that's the $50,000 5-year loan.
Wait, say that again? 4508 stays at,
138.
138 and 201.
Yeah.
And then 4510 is going to be changed to.
The 11,000 and change.
so we still need a number.
But that'll be what, 5 years? You said.
That's a 5-year
The
loan.
4510 will be 5 years. So we took that 11,000 change, extended it out to 2020. Actually, 2028, right?
So is that in this spreadsheet that we're working on?
It is not.
No.
Oh wait, we need to put that in here then, right?
For what, 25 and beyond?
Just a minute.
For,
To break, you mean break out 4508?
no, we need to have the 4510 line added in.
Yeah, just a second.
No, well, that 148 includes that.
So the exact.
Oh, you're just pulling the dollar amount out.
Yeah, 148, 853 includes that. But if he adds the 4510, that will reduce that 4508 to the 138, 201.
Right.
It'll make the 4510 the 11,000 and some change, whatever it works out. So we're not adding any, we're just breaking one line into two where actually it's supposed to be.
Just clerical mostly.
Yeah, yeah, it's exactly clerical. That's what we talked about last
I
meeting.
thought we had to add.
No.
Yeah.
I got-
Okay, so these numbers for, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The only thing is I re-looked at the amortization schedules, and they are a little bit less than what I had originally proposed. So I just want to add those real quick. The 2019 is 86094. I don't know if you guys want to update yours as I'm updating mine. The 4506 is 82067.
2067.
The 45-8 is 135 558. The 09 stays the same, and then we add in 45-10
Insert a line.
again.
Probably mess up your formula.
Yeah, probably.
Well, if it's inside, it shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to affect on the, it shouldn't affect the point, but change the, just put a note outside, change the 4508 to include it as the way it's supposed to be.
And what's 45?
Including 4510.
4510 is 11927. Can't get my computer.
4505 was what? I can't see.
86094.
8609. Nice.
I can't get my computer to add a line.
Does that 4510 have that same heading?
It is.
CIPP in 2020?
No, it's CIP Public Works truck or PW truck.
60,000 for 5 years.
And that's a 20.
Yeah, you got the sum function in there, you should be good.
I can't add a line, of course.
Oh,
You
enable
can
editing.
insert, highlight the whole
Oh, you got a name
roll.
editing.
Now let's schedule
Yeah,
back up.
added in the middle, I should-
Okay, so 4508 is 135, 558, and 4510 was, I'm sorry,
4510 is
11,000,
927.
11,927. And that was 0 for 03 and year to date.
I can't answer the line, Mike. I'll have to.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. I think I have it all. I'll double check the functions on it. So we all set with the debt service council?
Yeah.
We're good to go?
Yeah, that was a net. So you changed those accounts, but it was a net zero change. It was just a
Right.
housekeeping.
Yeah, just broke it amongst two line items. It should have been anyway.
Yeah.
Didn't change any.
Well, but he changed the total up there, so if he's not able to break it out, it's gonna change the mill
I'll
rate.
add the
11,000.
Yeah, that was
back
just-
into this line.
Okay.
Perfect. 11,927.
So are we looking at a total increase of 172,764 right now?
What are you talking about specifically?
Total budget?
I'm looking at the bottom number here, 5,250,760 minus the 2023 budget.
Right.
Is a difference of $172,764.
172,764. So you got.
Any questions on the water and sewer? We had excellent presentation last time. You satisfied with the water sewer council?
Yep.
Very much.
Okay, good. Let's move on to revenue. What's the fund balance? Okay, that's gotta be zero. Okay, if you wanna go to the revenue breakdown sheet.
Blow that up some.
Under the 2024 proposed, last line item, the 30, division 3505, line 15, use of fund balance, but that should be zero from 500,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that back. I think I've already done it.
That would be zero. Okay, that's just the 0.05 decrease that Jason had put at 15,000. So 0.9 mil increase total.
0.85.
So far. Okay, you got another. Okay, I'm looking at this. All right.
Let me see.
So is any?
That's where we talk about Donnie's increased revenue in recycling?
Can we start at the top and go down?
Oh, all right.
I think it's all over here. And
Easy hitter. I mean, come on, start on a high.
The sale of town PR, I'm assuming that's property. Is this where we would realize funds from the sale of the excavator?
It would be. I originally hadn't included that because we had hoped for that to be a sale that went in this year. But Donnie, are you not thinking that's going to happen?
That's not gonna happen. We just had that taxpayer Ross come work some bugs out on it.
That ain't happening.
Yeah.
So do you?
I wanted it this year for capital, but that doesn't mean it ain't gonna happen. I got a couple people on the hook that are looking at it, but
And would that go here, or would that go down in, are there revenues associated with reserve accounts? in
I think
some
that's the
way?
only thing
Because
make-
didn't you say it was going into the reserve for equipment?
I think that's the only line item that makes sense. Heather.
Well, doesn't some of it have to go back to water and sewer or something like that?
Yeah, it needs to be split up. in some- That's kind of, is that going to be like on the back end of things once the sale's realized?
yes.
Or do some fancy magic with bookkeeping, Jacob?
If, it would have to be authorized by the council. If you
Yeah,
want
of
to
where it's gonna
transfer into a reserve account, the council would have to authorize that.
I think we
Otherwise,
discussed it at the last meeting, but we didn't vote on it at the budget meeting. So. Would be dead.
I have to put it in here somewhere.
So,
For right now,
is this the spot to put it then?
yes.
And were we thinking 90,000 was what we,
That's all we were gonna ask for, yeah.
what should we put in here?
Do we want to put that in there right now? What if we don't realize it?
In 24?
We have a year to sell, so.
90,000?
Hopefully in the spring, that baby's gonna be gone, right?
I don't know, we'll put
80,000 to be conservative.
Yeah, I put 80.
That's a nice excavator.
I mean,
Can we change that to
Also.
82.5 then?
Yep.
And what is the other, is this just other random things that we might be selling?
Yes, just stuff that comes up during the year.
So, line 15, you're gonna,
01-10.
82.5? Okay.
So what about they're swapping on a vehicle, right? For the police department?
They will be getting.
Where does that cruiser, where does that live?
That should be sold and go into sales.
They don't sell them, do they? They just swap them in.
Oh, she traded
Sometimes
it
they sell them. They sold the last one in Clinton for like $8,000.
Yeah.
This one, you ain't gonna get shit for it. It's
She's been red hat and put away wet.
pretty much.
Couple grand?
She's rough. Huh?
So it would go in that account?
I mean, if he could sell it for
If we were to
something,
sell it outright,
then yeah,
not
it would.
trade
But
it.
These cars have high market value right now.
not that one.
No.
A used version of my pickup. I paid for that.
I think we'd be better
Wants
off
to buy it.
private sale.
That's why it's all down the ledge.
We won't get much for a trade-in.
I mean, you can maybe put a couple grand or something if you want.
Hey, a couple grand's a couple grand.
I doubt you'll get it. But, the police chief's not here.
I think we should put it in there.
84.5?
Yeah.
we got 2 or 3 things up at the garage that need to be bid on.
Can we make a note somewhere so that we know what we're talking about, so if we talk about this next year, we know where it came from?
At least know what our changes on that spreadsheet are, so we kind of know.
Right,
That-
right. It just,
that number.
but it seems to be a commonality every year. Where does this number come from? Oh, and then somebody remembers it, and, oh yeah, now I remember, it should be
Guy that wrote it, but
a note of some type.
nothing.
What is that?
To be honest, it'd be more for me than anyone else to remember the swap.
Chief,
You're anticipating the excavator sell for 82.5, maybe $2,000 for the
Selling the little
cruiser that's getting chased.
how much you gonna get for it?
Conservatively.
If we do it the way I want to do it, we'll get more money.
Are you going to
Okay,
sell
he
it
gets
or are
to
you
sell
going
it.
to?
I would love to put it on Gov Deals. It's like in Augusta, we changed from the closed bid system, where we're only getting like $1,400, $1,500 for these, our vehicles, because there's not a lot of people that know that it's happening. So we switched to Gov Deals, which is kind of like eBay, where we just basically list it with them. They take a portion of it. I don't remember, it's like 10% or something. It doesn't even affect us. It has to do with the auction. And they pay us, or they actually pay Gov Deals. Gov Deals sends us a check, and then they come here and pick up the car.
Perfect.
It's great, and we're going to make more money that way than all the closed businesses.
I've got on that site about
What do you got?
Oh, yeah.
Good, yeah.
Are we talking $2,000? Are we talking 10?
It's looking.
Keep
I don't know. I will tell you, I'll be happy with 45. You know, it's a 2015. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll leave it at 2.
Used cars nowadays are getting more money.
I mean, that's good enough. I mean,
He said he's gonna get 45 for it. It's all right.
Yeah.
No, sell.
Does it come out of my skin if it doesn't get 45?
if we don't get it, we'll take it.
That one means that no. I see where this is going now.
It's all accountability, Mike.
See what happens when you leave.
So we'll leave it at 2.
We'll take it out of this budget.
Hey, it's already coming out somewhere. I just take it.
All right, so we're at 84.5.
84.5 that line item.
State revenue is good.
So while we're on the subject, I mean, Donnie, is there anything else down there that needs to go away?
We did a sale a year or two ago.
Yes, no,
didn't we?
so, I mean,
Closed bids.
There's stuff down back that needs to go away, yes.
it's not worth
What is it
anything.
worth
is what
any
you're
money?
saying,
Oh, yeah,
Hey.
I think we've got our old Wheeler chassis that we refitted the back off of for HP Fairfield, looking at that, for a yard truck. So there's,
Well, I'll tell you what, for efficiency's sake, let's leave the line item the way it is now, and that's something you can do for next year.
Or revenue overrun. Oh,
or- Yeah.
Well, I'll bring up an unpopular topic of the extremely old fire truck. What are we doing with that? That's taking up space. The antique fire truck.
I know what you're talking about.
Are we just hanging on to it for kids, or do we want to? I mean,
Go out to some of these places.
Honest question.
They wish they had them 10 years later.
What's that?
You can't replace them once they're gone.
So,
But I'm not looking to replace it. No,
It's up to you guys, I guess, what you do.
We can either sell it or donate it to Cole Land Museum, Land Transportation, one of the
I mean,
two.
what is your hope for it? That's,
We're trying to get money up together to get some work done on it, because there's somewhere in the town treasurer here, there's $10,000 that came back from where the guy went into it.
okay. And then, so you fix it up and it goes in parades, is the intent?
Yeah, I think so.
But does that benefit outweigh the space that it's taking up that we could be utilizing for other things?
I think it's a valid discussion to be had.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna sell it, we would put the money in here.
I have no idea what the value.
That's true. Okay.
And we can
move on, Mike. We're good.
Couple grand could be worth under. I have no idea.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
We're good. We can, we'll discuss that another day, I guess.
So one thing that's come up a couple times for additional revenue, looking at the inventory of town-owned property, as far as like real estate property, it's untaxable if we're owning it. Or no, I'm sorry, we actually have to pay ourselves taxes on it or something ridiculous. And also reassessing the value in the town forest and possibly doing a woodcut in there and having a forester do a plan in there for us. Or maybe dusting off the forestry plan and looking at a harvest.
What's high right now?
I think a lot of these are great ideas. I just don't know if they're great ideas for December 12th and December 19th. Cause
No, I'm just saying, like, this
Yeah.
is like a February project.
Yeah. No, I think that's
Let's
great.
look at ways, it's something that's come up over and over again, so let's look at ways that we can kind of move projects forward that are going to be, like, helping with revenue maybe, that we can put into other things.
Absolutely.
So, absolutely, everything's on the table, and I think we're having some excellent discussion. That any time of year, especially during the budget season. So I think that 84.5, that's doable. I think we probably do a lot more if we start looking at what does Donnie have out back there, what do we have in the fire department, what do we have for land, what do we have for resources on the town land, like wood or lease, who knows? I mean, everything's on the table. We need to rethink everything. So excellent points. So let's move down the list. Anything else worth discussion?
Somewhat.
We're on the revenue.
Still on the 110.
Yes. No. I mean, we can
Anything
move on.
05 clerk fees. Is that like credit card fees and such that are paid?
No.
With,
That would be licenses that the town clerk collects. Could be, there are dog license fees that go into that. It's transactions that occur at the town office.
so that's line item by line item, not one bucket that falls into. So like if the credit card fees, if they're paid towards a registration, will fall in.
The town doesn't pocket that, it goes to the
we don't
credit
pay
card
anything.
process.
Can that 05 line and that 10 line be broken down?
Then we need to take a look at that because that fee is not legal.
Well, it is, it's a fee for municipalities.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
What fee are you
Not
talking
that
about?
level.
It is, Craig.
Yes, it is.
Craig,
I checked it.
what fee are you talking about?
Credit card fee. Maybe
100%.
once was. Is it still?
Yeah, I checked on it.
Yeah. I'm
It's 100%
certain.
fine.
The only place that can do it,
Yeah, no.
the state.
Yeah.
I mean,
Government.
it's a matter of convenience, and it was put in place so that people could use their credit cards.
That's why we didn't do it for a long time, because it cost money.
Still there.
Yeah.
Anything under 0120? Anything jumps out, requires edification or
What's investment
clarification, please
interest?
jump right in there, Jacob. What was that?
What is investment interest?
Line 10 under.
Yeah, I think
120.
it's. I can pull the account detail if you give me a few seconds.
I'm assuming taxes, interest is if people pay ahead on their taxes, or if they pay late on their taxes, we get interest on them. Lien costs.
When we have a much money invested,
Yeah.
it should be paying.
Yeah, but it's gonna pay more than $9,000. I mean, we're at $27,000 in investment income this year.
$300,000 run, but that's quite a lot.
Yeah, we'll pretty good for the next one. Oh, 125. General government assessing.
Is that what you were referring to, Craig, that we're losing our homestead exemption because of our valuation?
Mhm.
$440,000 out of our budget?
Yep, that looks like it.
What's the tree?
I didn't think it'd be that much, so.
So
The hell is that?
to go back, Heather, that is all interest from our checking account. And the breakdown is up here.
I
If
can't
you
see
can
that
see
even
it.
with my glasses.
So that's what this year we got.
So that's just the general fund checking account,
Correct.
and it doesn't include the interest from the, like the cemetery trust that
No,
goes
that's
back
in
into
there.
those.
That's down further.
So should we increase that because it's 27,000 this year? Why is it so much this year?
I noticed they increased our interest rate up to 2.85. I don't know what it was, but that's where it is now. Assuming things stay the same as they are right now, it probably would be.
Should we be conservative and leave it as is then, or should we adjust it?
I don't think it hurts to leave it as it is.
Okay.
So on the budget, if it's there. Well, what's that tree vet thing under
Well,
Olin?
that's your tree growth and your veterans reimbursement. Or
This year we had 143,000.
you don't budget for, because we run calendar year, there are parts of your tax commitment that you do not budget for, and you
Okay.
haven't budgeted for historically. And some of that, I believe what you budget here is the tree growth number, but not the veterans exemption number.
Hmm. Okay.
That's the weird part about not running fiscal. There's a big chunk of your budget that you don't include in the initial budget.
Which is
The homestead, for
hopefully
example.
we fix after next year.
I don't know what was. You're still going to get revenue from the homestead. That's not. We're not eliminating $400,000. And don't know if that was,
You just don't budget for
we
it.
don't budget for it, we're still gonna get reimbursed. as
So we've never
reimbursement.
budgeted, it's never been.
No, it's never
Oh,
been
that makes me
budgeted.
feel better, okay.
It's never
But
been
it would be if we were on a fiscal
budgeted. That
year,
is correct.
which gives us more reason to be on a fiscal year. Be how it was.
So I mean, the other way to make the mill rate correct or right for us or right size it is to increase revenue. So on that line that we're getting 27,000 a year at, we're gonna leave it at 9. Are we really doing ourselves any favors by? I don't feel like we did that in any other part of the budget.
We can certainly increase it.
I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna make or break us, but it's substantial.
Well, I mean, you could do that for the homestead and for the vet one too, right? Like, yeah, you might not get 400,000, but you might get 2. Like, is there a safe number you can put in there that you can pretty much bank on? I mean, because that's impacting your mill rate by at least 2.
But isn't
But it really
that,
isn't, because it's not that, your mill rate adjusts once you do your tax commitment, once you have all the other factors that go along with it.
So you don't know the true, you can hope and pray that you're guessing right, but you don't actually know your mill rate until next July, when the school budget is set and the state has set their budget for revenue sharing and all of that. That's when we know
That's
what our
when
mill
you're-
rate's gonna be.
And
Right,
that's
but
when
if
your tax commitment number
But if we
is.
put more accurate numbers in here,
Oh, I agree.
it's helping, right now we've got a pretty inflated mill rate. It's, putting in $500,000 worth of revenue.
But that
But is it
number,
relative to last year's where you didn't do that? So
Oh,
when you start doing that now,
Yeah,
you're like
yeah.
artificially changing what that might be in relation.
That's
When you
true.
apples to apples,
Yeah.
not
That makes
apples to
sense.
oranges.
and if anyone will want to hedge on the side and say, well,
No, I'm good. Never mind.
I agree. I mean, I would
Took
much
me a
rather
minute.
have
you're at
like, a
81%.
more accurate number. in
People are
there.
getting 81% of their homestead exemption. And that's,
So,
I believe it's 81 or 83.
I thought once it fell below 80, once it fell below 86, you lost it all.
I don't think you lose it all.
So is there a number for the homestead that we should put in there?
I would
no,
not recommend putting anything in the homestead.
that was my mistake, Mike.
No, I was asking because I know Craig had mentioned something about the homestead before, and I'm not fully on that, so that's why I was asking.
I'm getting a little clarification right now.
So are we good on revenue?
Are we?
Do we
We're all
have,
set, council?
do we have insurance refunds on any regular year?
Normally, when, like, those are, if a police cruiser gets damaged, it's the deductible that or it's the reimbursement from the insurance company. That's what that line is.
All right. Anything else down the line?
Building permits, we're keeping it at almost $11,000, even though we only had $2,000. And I think I paid most of that this year.
Thank you.
For budget permits. Just doing our part. Adding to the tax base, one big corner at a time.
I think my intent, or I guess my hope, was that if we had a full-time person in there, we would be collecting close to that number of building permit fees. But
But we're looking at a big fine probably in May as well, so.
I'm wondering if we don't adjust that. Line 5, building permits. Line 05 out of 160.
You want to reduce it?
Well, I think it's more reasonable.
So did we change the interest line up above?
What we're talking about?
Or we took $27,000 of revenue and are only budgeting 9?
No.
So I mean, I feel like
Oh,
we're worst case
can't-
scenario.
yeah,
we
you
just
can't.
keep going.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's kind of what you want to do on your revenues. You don't want to be like too optimistic because then it's like you're like, oh,
Yeah.
we put
It's
all the
called
best case
but
scenario numbers in.
no,
bagging.
No, I understand, but if you look at the building permits, we're actually expecting more than what we anticipated 2023, and then we budgeted almost 11,000, we only pulled in 2, and we're budgeting the same amount for next year.
But Eric's
Well, we
saying
still pulled in 2.
you gotta go both ways with it. Yeah.
Well, not on the revenue.
So
You hedge your bet on, you would hedge your bet on getting less, that way if you do get more, then you're better off for it. I'm just saying that's more of I'm asking the question, it just seems more reasonable to me that if we get closer to what we actually got for last year as compared to what we budgeted, or what we anticipated, it's not really budget, what we anticipated.
This was a busy year for
Right.
building permits too.
It was a what?
It was a busy year for
Yeah.
building permits.
So actually should have been more than.
Will be at 75,
I don't
79%.
see that busy.
In 23.
Well, no, between
No, we keep it that way,
building
just
permits
76.
Oh.
and then
Don't
plumbing
wanna-
permits is 2,800, so it's like $5,000.
I think it washes out over all of it. Trust income transfer.
Anything else down the line?
What's the Public Works Cemetery Trust income transfer? He had $69,000 budgeted, he only did 55 this year.
Not there yet.
On,
10, 15, Public Works Cemetery.
10-15.
Actually, in the Excel spreadsheet's line item 46.
That is, well, there's
Will there be a money down?
10-5, 15-10, is that what you're talking?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we receive $11,000 automatically transferred from that every year, and then we transfer at the end of the year the remaining to get us to that 68,854. That's a transfer of expenses from the cemetery trust.
To pay for your cemetery budget.
Just
So
have,
that's a direct pull from the expense budget.
Right.
Okay.
It's the same.
Yeah.
The transfer.
When do you haven't got Palmyra's payment for the 12 grand yet for the fire department?
I don't believe so.
Do we need to bill them? Are we in
No,
the,
that should, I don't think so. I think I don't know how that's handled. I just-
let's bill them, and then we know we've asked for it.
And see what they say, and then track whether they paid or not.
Ah,
We paid.
You know, yeah,
We paid it.
Well, we know that.
That's been set up for years. If we don't get a bill, we're not gonna pay it. That's a pretty simple thing to do. If you want your $12,000 of fire protection, send me a bill, and I'll pay it. And it usually happens every year, December. So,
yeah, it's like an end of the year thing.
so I don't know who's responsible for billing it.
Public Works Fire Department
So should
income.
we put $12,000 in that line item then?
Well, this,
Yeah.
you should have $12,000 for 24 in there too.
That's what I'm saying, like, it hasn't,
You put 12 grand
it's
in.
in this year's budget, but it hasn't been realized yet. But we need to
What's line
add
item?
12,000.
We just added it.
2024.
515 income.
We just added it. We're styling now.
What you put up, 12 grand, 1210?
Friday.
Excise are up because cars cost an arm and leg now.
We good, Mike?
Well, we have more vehicles.
I'm asking, anything else, council, on this list?
No.
So that, down near the bottom, 3505 unclassified services, the 15 use of fund balance, that should be 0. which has already been changed, so that's been changed, snowmobile refund, look at that, 1,500. We good with that, council?
Can we pop back up to solid waste 1505? The municipal solid waste hauling fees? Is that what we get, Donnie, from other people pulling in? It's 28,665 for our
Line
budget for
49,
2023. That's only $1,000 in 24.
And we got nothing so far this year.
What number?
Line item 26, Department 1505, solid waste transfer station, 05, municipal waste hauling fees. That's income that we're getting from other,
Is that,
You got, yeah, it was 12,000 in 2020, it was 1,000 in 2021, it was 0 in 2022, so I think that's why I had reduced it that much.
We used to get that from the rental of the dumpsters.
we rented our dumpsters out.
Yes. We did from the contractors and they're doing jobs, the homeowners, they could pay. Our dumpsters are in such bad shape that we didn't replace them for 10 years and they all rotted out, so we decided that
It's a lot of money.
$12,000 to replace a container now versus we were buying them for about $6,000, so they said that we were not replacing them at a rate good enough to have us be able to do that as a service to the people in the community and meet the needs of my operations at my facility. So we got to a point where we only had 2 or 3 dumpsters left. And we didn't replace any, so.
So in our budget for 2023, we had 28,665 listed as revenue for that, but we haven't really realized any of that this year.
You haven't been doing that for a couple of years.
Okay, it must be a while because I had no idea.
Because
we
the
put that
$1,000, they have cleanup days for Palmyra.
Okay.
And we've done it in the past for Detroit.
So that's
We do pass that
a
fee
good
on.
number then, like
Yes.
the 1,000.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
that explains the drop.
So we haven't been doing it, why did we put in 28,000 for last year?
That's what I was wondering.
Because we didn't.
Wait a minute.
Sand.
That 28,665 was anticipated revenue for last year for what you were just talking about.
That shouldn't be that high unless it's got, and it shouldn't be hauling fees.
Okay, so
Unless that's the bill where we're billing Bolster. Because we get about I bill out about $2,000 a month in
That's
fees.
what it would be. That's
So
27 grand.
the bottom line is the 2024 proposed 4,000 is reasonable, what you're saying. Okay.
Would that go into recycling?
No, that is
It was
transfer.
dumpsters. It would be
That's
fine.
transfer station, because that's tipping fees, we're recovering money back from tipping fees.
Okay, so that should go in solid waste transfer station revenue then.
Yes.
So that should stay at the 28 then? Or be more like 24?
But we've gotten-
I bill out about $2,000 a month to Bolster, so I realized this about 3 or 4 months ago. I had worked with Jacob, that Bolster had paid some of the fees for the last couple of years, and we just recovered, I don't know, we just billed out, got like $31,000 something dollars, I believe, for the past year.
So is that another thing, they don't get a bill, they don't pay?
Oh, they get bills.
I think they don't pay. They don't pay. They don't dump. Different conversation, but
Yeah.
Well, that's.
But a good conversation.
I do the same thing in Canada. I usually run up about a
It
month,
is, yeah.
about 60 days, and then I shut them off at the landfill, and it's funny, I get a check the next day. But
So what do we here for,
I,
and I want to make sure we're not duplicating this somewhere else. This is the only spot.
and that's what my question is what other income is, the 21,000,
I can tell you in a second.
just so yeah, I like to,
Jake, he's looking it up.
I know,
Because admin is just as
What is it?
they don't pay.
1505, line 10, other income.
Was it 21,000, is that from paper and cardboard and stuff?
Well, that would be the recycling.
Yeah, but it's either listed to get.
No, there should be recycling in there too. Recycling is.
Recycling is
Yeah.
$46,000 in income. Town user fees would probably be, stickers?
Yes, probably. The stickers should be.
Oh, no,
transferred.
stickers is gonna be like,
I think, are the stickers $20 a piece?
Yes.
yeah.
So that's what, these are all increments of 20. These are all people coming in
Okay.
to the town office, and this, because that's cash receiving, so that's being done at the window.
Is that other income?
That's other income.
Okay, so that's, stickers.
Well, it's
That makes sense.
That's significant. Stickers. There's another
But there
idea you
was-
had that was like, dude, we should have been doing that.
So that's a long time ago,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
there was a payment for 19,000 that went in there. That I think that was the bolsters.
Yeah, because like, one of the things we found out, I've been doing the billing for bolsters, right, turned it into the office. Somebody wasn't following, somebody needs to follow through with that billing to make sure that we're receiving it.
So the office was sending it out, just so they weren't following on the AR to make sure it was getting received.
It's because they don't get, it's because they don't get pressure.
So our numbers on the,
Like when I collect
Right,
revenues,
we're just not,
I call them, shut them off at the landfill the very next day. You pay tomorrow, it's done. You're
it's
on-
just not following proper accounting procedures, not
Right,
following up
and
on
me and
the.
Jacob are working on that
Yeah.
upstairs, is that we make sure that we're watching that income, so.
So this, back to the municipal hauling fees, that needs to be increased back up to the 28,665, because we think that's the line item where those fees belong.
If you do that, you need to decrease the other income line.
Yeah, one, yes.
Well, you said other income was stickers.
Plus the 19,000.
But there was 19,000 that's been added in the back.
Because your,
We only
$20
have
for stickers.
stickers.
The 19,000 added into 17,660.
2,000 stickers.
Oh, plus the other fees below it.
Well, actually, no. As of today, that line is 37,000. So
The other income line.
the other income. So the other income needs to stay the same.
Yes.
And the MSW, I guess, needs to be increased up to maybe not 28,000, but it should be increased.
Yes.
Because that's not just bolsters, you have other businesses that come and other towns
Yes,
that come.
so what should be
and pay us.
increased to?
That's
20?
annual fees.
Huh?
20.
So all those
20,
fees
is
need
that a
to be
safe
captured
number?
and
I
they're
think
not
it's conservative.
All right, conservative, good, like it.
Correct.
So hauling fees increased to 20 grand. Got it.
Other incomes at 20, user fees at 3.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
All right, scroll down the line, anything else?
Thank you.
What was our expense increase again? 172. What was ours?
672, I think?
One.
172.
172,672.
All right,
No, 172, 764.
okay, we're done with revenue, correct?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Income from recycling, Donnie, that's from when we are bailing and selling things from the recycling.
Correct, that's the metal, the paper, cardboard. The only thing I would say there is that on your town user fees, that's only $702. I think that needs to go to cover our expenses. I think that needs to be like close to that.
Is that when people are dumping tires and?
Nope, that's, these are the towns that are trucking all the stuff into our community.
Oh, other towns use.
User
Okay,
fees. I think that needs to double.
okay, well, let's talk about that in January.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we could increase it now, but knowing that we
you blow that up.
haven't
to
actually
22.
passed an increase in rates.
Is the $4,500 in the airport income line 10, line 57? Is that all we get for the lease payments for all of the airport hangars and?
Yes, but that does not include the revenue that we will hopefully be generating with the hangar.
So we should probably bump that up a little bit.
Pretty sweet deal.
And we don't charge any rent to our fixed base operator to be there?
No, because he owns the building.
Does he own the land it's on? Like, do we rent him that? No. Okay. So do we need to increase that to account for the other leases? The new leases?
You talking the line 10 income
Yeah.
from 4,500?
Yeah.
Do we know what that would be?
I believe that the proposed is around another 4,500.
I'd say it's like 7 cents a square foot or something.
Do we anticipate when that will be full?
I think it would be full if the council approved the lease tonight. It would be full by the end of the year.
So it wouldn't be the full 4,500.
No, it would. I mean, by the end of this
For
year.
next year.
He has.
You mean in a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
But
that on
in the
our
next
agenda
year.
next week?
Okay.
So can we make that 9?
Yeah.
Well, we could probably do that next meeting if it's ready. We can certainly do it first meeting of next year. Approve that.
Yeah. Like I said, it's full. He has people lined up ready to get in there. It's just been delayed by.
Okay. So we will make that 9. You're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don, commercial operators can't dump their trash in Pittsfield. Where do they dump it?
Commercial operators, they over to Norris Walk, or Herman, or Old Town.
Okay.
Don't we haul it to North Walk from here?
We do, yes.
Yeah. I thought we had an agreement that we just gave them a break on the tipping fees or something.
That
and
they
were
actually,
hauling.
the Bolsters hauls to Norris Walk, and that's the $40 fee we charge back to them.
Okay.
They don't dump at the transfer station because they weren't on our machine, so they pay half the tip and they truck it. Yep.
So you're basically down to 25, half a mil.
So it's a difference of 157,026. So can I make a suggestion that if we were good on the expense line, if we were, that we would add to the revenue from the general fund $257,026, and that would put $100,000 back towards paving this year to be transferred into an account for future. So we're building something, and that puts us at net zero.
Do that one more time.
Budget account.
For clarification.
So we're short. We right now we have our expenses. The increase overruns our revenue increase by $157,026.
So 100,000 in your paving reserve,
100,000
and then
back to your revenue. 257,026. Yep.
No,
Fund balance.
026, yeah.
I mean, just rounded to a nice number.
That puts 100,000 exactly and leaves us flat. So I just wanted to see if that actually, it actually decreases it.
2475 is current, right?
How did that work?
Was he net change or?
What is that?
Would you
So,
go 257?
Do you have the old The 20.
Oh, wait a minute. That's because we put 100,000 back in the expense line, so it's going to change the expenses. So it actually have to be. No, it should be right.
Wait a minute, what?
6 mil, 18,000.
No, this is not 24.65, it's at 24.75.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, we just made all those increases in revenue. Did you get those in your figure?
Maybe not. Maybe that's what happened.
So my,
So you put 100,000 back into the paving thing,
Right,
You go back to your revenue line.
and then your mill rate.
right here.
Okay, so we're 3-1.
Let me take this out.
No, it's good. Oh, well, no, it's fine. Why did that move? It doesn't make sense.
And there was
Did you make the same changes he made on the revenue side?
Yeah. Can you go back to the expense side for a second?
I have a difference of
257.
28 in personal revenue
No. So what's our total
over last
change in dollars? Down at the bottom.
I'm not seeing it. Where the hell you guys see the difference?
Do you want me to take out that 100,000?
Yeah, if you would, just for a second. Yeah. Sorry.
My computer's slow.
No, it's fine. It's just weird that it's not, the calculation didn't. So 5250, so 760 minus 5077.
Some of it was
No, you're fine. 5077996 equals 172764. Yep. Okay. And go back to your expense line and take out that. Yep. So 2941 274. Minus 2925526. 2925526.
John?
15738, right? 15738. So 172.764. Yeah, 157.026. That doesn't make sense.
what's not making sense.
No, something's wrong. Oh no, because I didn't put the.
Maximum is our current, correct?
Is the formula right?
I didn't put the 100,000 in. Hang on.
Yeah, and the.
But the maximum is our current, correct?
No, the minimum.
Minimum is our current. 24.
100,000 in your expense.
Right. Hang on.
That's going to move that even more. That doesn't make sense.
Hang on.
Minimum tax rates are current, 0.025242. 505.
So if we,
Well, that's the expense, it's not that's your summary.
What do you have, Greg?
well, I don't understand why if your expenses directly offset your, if your expenses directly offset, you, or if your revenue directly offsets your expenses, why would you have any increase in your taxes? Should be a zero.
Well, this is actually a decrease. This is a decrease. Because we're at 24.75 right now. This is showing 24.65.
Oh,
Go to
Okay.
the second tab.
Okay.
I think it's correct.
I was looking at the wrong number.
The second tab, your summary. What's that?
Okay, so 24.65. So we're looking at a tenth of a mil decrease. So if we just change it to 250, we're going to be, instead of the 257.026, we're going to be pretty much dead on. I mean, close enough,
Nobody's ever had
right?
that.
Small decrease.
Yeah, it'd be basically 24.7.
24.7, we get $100,000 in paving, and we do all the increases that we talked about, we spend zero extra this year.
Rizzo proposed 25.7.
Yeah.
250 for the general fund. pull it
But the
out.
157 goes to taxes.
Yeah, budget over.
It's a flat, from our perspective, I think it's good.
It's a flat. You're getting another dump truck. You're getting a police truck. You're getting $25,000 to the library. You're getting $100,000 in paving over and above
Right.
the $300,000 we're doing this year.
Wow.
And zero effect to your tax rate at this moment. Of course, we don't know.
Effectively, right.
Yeah,
On the municipal side.
on the municipal side. That's right.
And we don't impact our general fund as much as we thought we were going.
By half.
Is the jail paid off this year, or is this the last year of the jail payment on the county? On the county?
I don't know.
It's, so what did
There would be
you
a
end
nice
up,
projection from them. Can we, is there any way?
what did you end up putting in for, use of fund balance there?
250.
250.
250.
No, 250 flat.
250.
Oh, 250 flat.
Yeah, 250 flat. Nice and even, you said.
And that was, that runs in with the recommendation from the accountant, from the auditor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then we put how much into paving?
100,000.
Not the 250.
Right.
The other 150 is offsetting tax increases. So we stayed flat. What our good friend Craig said.
So the actuals for 23, what are we projecting for an over or underrun in actuals, or do we not know that number yet?
There's, I know Craig's looked at it, there's still $800,000 in revenue that needs to be transferred in. No, I'm not sure what you came up with.
If there's 800,000 of revenue that needs to be transferred in, then we'll be looking at average run rates. We're going to be pretty close to flat.
Yeah.
So, because December had a high of 14.5% revenue and a low of 19%. Percent revenue. Over
We've got your 315 fund balance, and we've
Yeah.
got 500,000 in future, a future fund that needs to be brought in for the budget.
Yeah, so that was the missing piece was the Pittsfield Future Fund, because when we asked the other night, it sounded like about 230,000, which was
Right.
where I got the extra mill that we were going to be over. The only thing, and this is obviously not a discussion necessarily for now, but I'm having some trouble reconciling the September 23 revenue budget.
Yeah.
How we had a loss of revenue of $375,000. There's a $603,000 expense or revenue credit, so expense to assessing, which was weird. I couldn't figure that out, and that caused a negative number.
Negative 274,000.
$374,000 negative, which kind of
Okay. I'm wondering if it has to do with the posting of the tax commitment.
okay.
The county commitment was big, was that September or October?
Yeah, we paid that in.
So our tax revenue was recognized in October.
Yes. This year it was.
This year. We had in July $1.7 million in revenue, but 1.25 of that was the loan that dropped in. So you had to back that out. But September showed a negative revenue, which was odd.
I'll look into it tomorrow. Craig.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for tonight, but it was just it was an oddity that. Yeah, the numbers that I looked at last night had us at about an $800,000 deficit in revenue. But if we have that coming, we're going to be exactly where we need to be.
All right, so a quick and brief review of what we have now. What you're showing on your screen right now, you're comfortable with those numbers? Okay.
Can I ask
ask a question before we do a
Yeah.
review?
Yeah.
What does it look like if you put, can you put in 200,000 for the paving?
No, short.
Well, you'd have to increase your,
So that's only a change of 0.00, 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, it's 2475, right?
Yeah.
It's current.
Be 0.25, basically. Point.
0.3, basically. Yeah. Third of a mil change.
and you technically could offset that with general fund and still not touch the threshold of what we're supposed to carry. So you could increase your revenue from 250 to 350 if you wanted to.
I'm at 0 for taxation increase. I think that we need to be flat this year, whatever we do, so that we can see the true impact of the changes that we have coming. I think that's the only way we.
So then you,
I would take it from the fund balance.
So you're looking to recalibrate the budget process with personnel we have in place now.
I think so.
That's something that you had mentioned before. Yeah.
But it's not.
Otherwise, the reason why I'm asking that, and I think that's probably not unreasonable, because otherwise I'd say that 0.0 or 0.3 or 0.4 an increase is minimal compared to putting that extra 100,000 in for paving. That 250 plus the 300, we're up to $500,000 that we had anticipated anyway. And I think that's very important. I think going forward, we have to really start thinking that as a very important item. I understand your process, and I understand your reasoning, and it makes sense to me. And I think if we do it this year, the number's going to come out. We're still getting pavement done. Not that we plan to have 300,000 from last year's budget to do paving, but it works for our benefit. So let's work with it. So I agree that, and I assume that's why you were looking at that, Heather, to look at the $500,000 payment that we had anticipated, that we talked about to try to do every year, so that we kind of at least maintain what we have.
I just feel like 100,000 is a drop in a bucket, and it's not going to make an appreciable amount of change. And if you want to have, a paving plan going forward, you have to have a commitment to funding the plan to give you an idea of what you can do for work. It doesn't do any good to have our staff spend hours looking and poring over all the information and everything, and then we have to wait 3 more years before we start tackling the projects, because all of that's out of date. And every year that you wait, it gets more expensive. So I don't know that we're doing ourselves any favor by putting it off and putting it off. And I just have this feeling that we're just sliding back into the 0 increase. We can't do the projects, and we're back to where we've been in 2009 to like 2017. So we just started using the Pittsfield Future Funds. We had an opportunity. We had that. It was like a gift, like to have this funding come in and allow us to be able to do all these projects. But if we don't maintain that forward progress, then we're just going to be back where we were 5 years ago before we had that funding.
Right, but when you end up with a declining population because the tax rate becomes a burden to the level that most cannot. I mean,
right. But
if we can ask a figure again, what was the figure that you gave for school help that you gave, the poverty level that you just gave a few minutes ago?
Oh, the socioeconomic.
What percentage?
55 to 65% of the children in this town qualify for free.
55% of our kids qualify for assistance, and we're talking about raising a tax rate. How asinine is that? I'm telling you right now, I'll be a nay on any tax increase if it's 0.001%. I don't care. I'm a 0. I'm a no. If we want to take it from the fund, that's fine. But we cannot continue to raise taxes in this town until we get our spending under control and until we get a full year with new leadership in place to see where we actually have savings. And I'll go back to something a few minutes ago. A comment was made that you can't run a business taking loans. I would counter that and say, if you can borrow money cheaper than what you're getting in interest in your savings account, then you absolutely take loans, because that actually lets your money, somebody else's money, work for you. And I would think that if you would look at most business models, they're going to be designed on that. Savings only does you well if you're getting huge interest levels, and we're not. So I think whatever we do, it's got to be offset by fund balance this year, because I'm a absolutely no on any tax increase, and I don't disagree, Heather. We got to start putting our money where our mouth is, and we have to put plans together. But I just can't see it coming from taxes.
Well, but it wasn't last year, and it wasn't the year before, and it wasn't the year before, and the year before that. It's always been pulling from the fund balance, pulling from these other places of money that's come in irregular ways. And if you're not having a base level of reinvestment, I mean, you're talking about transformative change for the town, right? And I totally agree, we have a lot of things changing all at once. And I feel like in order to make the most of those opportunities, we need to make sure that we have funding in place to push those projects forward. It doesn't do any good to say, oh, we have great new management now, but you don't have a budget to work with. You don't have any funding to have projects be completed. It's like, it was a no-brainer to add somebody to the water sewer department. They were able to flex it in their budget, and then we increased their fees. But that's user fee based, and nobody really blinked an eye about doing that. It's like, yeah, this makes sense, we need to do that, because those are projects that need to be done forward, and they're going to push it forward doing that. I don't see that. I mean, I don't pay sewer water fees, so it doesn't affect me personally, but I still think that it's worthwhile doing those projects. Same thing with the roads. Everybody in town drives on the roads, no matter what your socioeconomic position is, and I don't think that we can entirely say, because of that factor, we shouldn't have any tax increase. And I'm not necessarily arguing for a tax increase. I'm asking for investment in our infrastructure to maintain what we have. We have roads that we talked about that we can do surface crack sealing on before they get too bad. And that hasn't been addressed at all. And that's where some of this paving funds doesn't have to necessarily be paving the road and ripping it up. It could be maintaining that road and that investment we've already put into it. So, I don't know. I don't want to go back to no increase at all, but then we still have things that are not, I just feel like we're going backwards if we're not going to be moving it forward.
Jason, go ahead.
So can we just put the two options on the table and do a little straw vote on this thing? Like $200,000 and $350 out of the fund balance, $100,000, $250 out of the fund balance, $200 and $250. Like, let's figure this out.
Let's go ahead and do that. Can we do that, Jacob? And what I'd like to do is come up with some numbers. Okay, here's what we have for this option. Here's the increase. Here's the mill rate. Here's what we have for the other option. Here's the increase. Here's the mill rate.
We're still paying for it.
Okay, so what are you showing right now? What's our status of that? We're at
Well, at 200,000 with 250 pulled from fund balance, you're at 25.5 or 25.3 or 25.10.
25.10.
Then
At 100,000
yeah,
and 150K from the future.
250 from fund.
So again, 200,000 paving, 250 from the fund balance.
Right. That's it. And that's a mill rate 25.10.
That increases our budget.
And that 100,000 is what's the mill rate for those?
The one.
At 100,000, and I think the intent was.
No, just leave that at 2 first. Go back to the other one. Leave that at 200, and go back to the other one. And put 350 in it.
It's going to be the
It should be the same.
that we had previous.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same regardless. Should be
So
20.
250 and 350, it's 24.7.
Right.
215, 350.
250 and 350, right.
And then if it was
What was the other
100 and 250, it would still be the same mill rate.
Should be.
But it would just be how you want to spend it.
Taking less off the fund balance.
Taking less off the fund balance, but putting less in pavement too.
Right.
So like, it's just how you want to go. Like, I know Craig's adamant on not increasing taxes, which is fine.
Well,
But to do that-
we gotta have a balance here. To
But to do
understand
that-
both points.
But you,
Okay, so,
At 100,000 for paving,
yeah,
250 for fund balance,
250.
it's 24.7.
What's the current fund balance?
yeah, we just had that. Oh, it's
It was 1 point, no,
I gotta check my email here.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. I was looking back.
So projected at the end of 22, it was 2.4.
And we know we took 350 from it this year, so 2.05.
We'll call it 2, right?
So,
We're supposed to carry 1.5.
but
So we're just whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay, so by the end of next year, if interest stays the same as what it has, I believe that was a 2.8% is what you quoted last time. So that's $57,000 in additional growth of the fund balance by the end of next year, because we wouldn't draw this till December of next year theoretically, correct? To offset the book. So whatever we take out of there, we're basically taking 50,000 less, because it's going to grow by that much, by 50-ish thousand. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Strangely, it does.
So it looks like 2 options, right? Either we,
So we got three options, right?
well, yeah, but you don't want to increase any dollar amount.
So,
You have 2 options.
Yeah.
okay, we threw out a lot of numbers here. So we have 100,000 and 250 out of the funds at 24.7 mill rate. And the other one was 250,000 and 350 out of the funds at, hold on. No,
200,000.
200,000.
200,000 and 250 out of the future funds. That was 25.10.
Yep.
Right.
Those are our 2 options.
And the other one was 250, or
200
200 paving, and
350.
then 350 fund balance.
Which would be the same
Which
mill
will
rate.
be
200 paving, okay.
And that achieves the same 2.4.
Okay, so
Seven.
okay, here's what we have for options. So we have 100,000 for paving with 250,000 taken out of the future funds. That's a mill rate of 24.7. We have 200,000 for paving and 350,000 taken out for future funds. That's the same, 24.7. And then we have 200,000 for paving, 250K taken out of future funds. That's at 25.10 mill rate.
Do we have an idea what the average home is worth in Pittsfield? Like what the average valuation is?
So evaluate, well,
Not like state valuation, like actual real estate valuation that people are going to be taxed on.
median home value.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is it like 180?
I bet it would be, I bet it's under 130.
Yeah, it's way less.
So 130 times.
Even with
So
current
the
value.
difference, the difference in the 2510, 2510, it's a 40.42 cent difference in the rate, right? So times 130 because it's 130,000. So that's an overall tax increase of $54.60. That's $1 a week that people would be paying more in real estate taxes.
I'll vote down anything that is more than what I'm paying now.
Right, so there you go. So,
where I'm at.
you get
All
the,
right, don't complain when your road doesn't get paved then.
I don't give a shit.
I want that in writing.
Hold on this shit, let's go.
Well, I live on paved road anyway.
There you go. We'll be just like you, Mike. You know?
I'm good for, I'm good for either of the two options that doesn't raise taxes.
Exactly.
Mike, you have a majority that wants to not increase taxes.
The only thing I'll say about dipping heavier is that I think the rainy days have yet to really come.
Yeah.
I don't think we really felt it yet. They start tuning into that too hard right now.
Okay, all right.
Or to fix things.
Here's what we have for options. $100,000 for paving, we take $250K out of future funds. That's a 24.7 mill rate. We have $200,000 for paving and $250 out of the future funds. That's at 25.10. So you got to remember too, we have $300,000, $350 on paving left to do. It's not really budgeted for 2024, but we consider it to be done in 2024.
I wanted to ask Donnie if he thought that Northeast Paving would let us piggyback any additional monies at the rate that we had. Since they didn't get it.
That's something we can talk about, but it's not going to be considered here on this budget because we can't come up with that answer now. So let's not muddy the waters.
Good. What was our, one more time, I'm sorry, our expense total proposed?
With what number?
Change of your road.
Sorry, okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter, with that one's fine. Just leaving that there. What's the grand total at the bottom? 2 point something? Oh, 5,350. 760.
All right, are those two options we want to decide tonight, council? Let's decide on the options we want to vote on first. So one is 100K, 250K futures, 24.7 mill rate. The other one was 200K, 250 in the futures at 25.1 mill rate.
There's a third one.
And then the third was
They don't want to touch.
100,000 in paving and 350 out of the future funds.
So I'll put my first vote in for 100,000 in paving and 250 out of the general fund.
Okay. Do you know what they are, Brent? Want to read them again?
No, I know that. I'll go with the 200 and the 350 out, which is the same.
200,000 and 350?
Yeah.
That's a 24.7.
Same number rate.
Doc?
100 and 250.
Okay, this one for Doc. Heather?
Is this rank choice voting?
We may have to. I don't know. See how it goes.
Oh no. It's going downhill.
I want to vote last. If that's okay.
That's not your option.
Can't do that.
Why
You gotta
not?
vote in the
There you
order.
go. It's got to be a simple, easy vote. Okay? Eric?
150.
Jason?
I would say 100 to 50.
Heather?
Yeah, it doesn't matter which way I vote.
Right.
So
You
I'm
did.
going to vote with Brent on the 200.
200 and 350?
60,000 coming in that now. Get interest, so.
Yeah, 250 and 60.
You're gonna follow
I was going to vote with the 200 and 350 also, so that's 3 for that plan and 4 for the other plan. So I have a total of 4 votes for the 100,000 and the 250K out of future funds at 24.7 mill rate, and 3 votes for the 200 fund at 24.7 mill rate. So let's make the changes, if you would please, Jacob, to reflect those numbers. So what I will ask Jacob to do is change the budget so you can get that sent out. to us. And before I call for an adjournment, any other questions? Comments? Okay, one comment I do want to make. Go ahead, Heather.
I want to make sure that we create a list from tonight's meeting about projects to tackle that we've talked about in January and February. Address the sale of the theater. Revisit the transfer station, operations hours, commercial dumping fees, accepting refuse from other towns. I want a presentation from the county about their budget. Are they on the same schedule as us, or the?
They're on, I believe they're on schools.
Okay. I want them next May, or May. And sale of town property, really investigate other ways that we can offload some of the properties that we have that we don't need, that we don't use, and ways that we can better use the properties that we do have, like harvesting wood, and cleaning that out. And then also take a hard look at the revenue for the economic development department between the TIP funding and I can't remember what the other part was, about how we're using that and how we're investing that in the town.
Can you share that list with Jacob so we can distribute?
Yep.
Okay, good. So two things I want to mention. I'm not writing it down. No, you can do a scan an email to you just want it up because she can't distribute directly. So two things. I want to make sure that when we have the meeting next Tuesday, we're a cohesive unit. We understand what we're selling. We understand what we represent, and that we're all good with it. If there's any questions, please ask before the meeting. I've been in meetings where the council has fallen all apart and it's a mess. And nobody got what they really needed to get. The other thing, next week is our last meeting of the year. I want to have pictures taken like we do every year.
Is there a picture up?
There hasn't been a picture up for a dozen years.
That looks just like you.
I got pictures from last year and the year before. So what I'd like, if you guys wouldn't mind, shirts and ties maybe.
Sure.
I'll bring extra ties. How's that?
Oh, this is awesome.
All right. Anything else?
That's no excuse.
I will look for a motion to adjourn.
Get out of here.
Second.
Move.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Let's be short to be uncomfortable.
Everybody, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your time.
Jacob. Manson Park is 2 big, 16, 75.
No, that's fine.
James put the checks
Yeah, we're in my hanky boots.
first. You see next to the right-hand side, there's a V. Any boy on that front page.
I'm confident, man. I feel better about that.
There were two payments for all.
A week ago.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you know. It's a valid question.
Never had that explained to me.
I asked the same thing.
Am I wrong in that the transfer station should be like water and some rates covered to water
Split the difference.
whatever.
But I thought my tank would explode. He 150 and 300, he was going to buy it. So I was like, you know what?
That net zero, like there's enough revenue in the bottom that